Good evening. Tonight on Smol Caetsu Sidequest. Hopefully, we're doing the entirety of the Alexander storyline. So, that of course both means all of the story, but also all of the boss fights. Now, I say hopefully because I know that the newer raid series, like the Endwalker stuff, it usually takes me like 3, maybe even 4 hours to get through all that, because there's a ridiculous amount of story in between the 4 fights. So each raid tier takes an eternity to do on a single stream, so to speak. But that's Endwalker, and Endwalker's known to have like a lot of cutscenes, a lot of detailed cutscenes. So that might make a difference with Alexander. Now, if you want to come along for the raid, whether you're there for the first time yourself and you're unlocking it with me, or you're like you've already done it and you just want to be in the raid team, you can. All you have to do is, well, you need a character on an EU data center, so Chaos or Light, that has, well, at least reached the end game of Heavensward. I can't remember if there's any other requirements for the later Alexander tiers. I'm pretty sure you get it all unlocked by reaching the credits in Heavensward, but I couldn't find like explicit notes on that. Like, it's just the required quest to start the adventure is Heavensward itself. Oh right, I think I had some gear for her. Oh well. Yeah, if you want to join, you just need a character that is capable of coming along. That is honestly the only requirement. Then we'll figure out what we're going to do about it if the group that we get put together happens to be like 7 DPS. Then we'll have to regroup and figure out what on earth are we doing about that. But usually I feel like we are pretty good about getting together like a balanced group, so I'm not super worried about that. Now, hey Angel, hey HK, hey Tristan, Kitsuneko, Ymir, R. John, hello, and Stoner Steve. that is a great name. Taimo, Gazel, Reen. I hope you're all doing super well tonight on this Saturday. No solo tanking on my duty. Well, if we have a full party and we have 1 tank and 2 healers and the rest DPS, then we can always go, do we need a tank for this fight? But there's a difference between wanting to solo tank the fight and being capable of solo tanking the fight. So if we only have 1 tank, but that 1 tank doesn't feel comfortable solo tanking it, then we take it from there. Matthew says, need to find the unlock quest. Oh, Yumi's here. Let's see. HK says, where are we meeting up? I mean, I see 3 players here. But you're already in a party. Do you want me to invite you? Is Kina in the stream chat? I can't remember the name. That's your alt. Okay. Do you want to come along? Angel says I'm going to join soon. Need to do my wondrous tales. I mean, you still have 3 days to do that. It doesn't have to be today. Wait, did I not? I have invited Caetsu. Hey, Zach, I hope you're doing well. Right, so... Zach says, when is the Moogle event over? It is over when 6.5 starts. I believe we are anticipating that will happen in either October 3rd or October 10th. So that's like your target. I don't remember if you do HK. Okay, so if you'd rather just watch, then of course you don't have to be in the party. Yeah, when I get to the first raid encounter, I think we'll make sure that we have 8 people, if at least 8 people want to come along. Right, so the quest for the raid is called Disarmed, and I did research that before we started, of course. I just want to add, because the kids have said something. I just want to be clear that you don't have to have watched guides for this raid. It's totally fine to go in blind. If it wasn't okay to go in blind, I would have made like a lot more of a point of making sure people were prepared. It's not difficult fights, or not. Well, it's not that difficult. Some of them you can wipe on, but they're not that difficult.
Is Uplander seeing it? Giant of iron, rising from river?
No, we didn't see it at all.
Stolen Sid leave to learn more, but are not back yet. Greatest plight of Gobbyflock. Giant is too big, can squash Idleshire flat. What? Where are Uplanders?
Calm yourself, Slowfix. Wow! You've changed outfit! Ah, Caetsu. It is well you are here, for our need is dire. Yeah, I could imagine. This is, really is a pressing matter. I've totally not waited like half a year to approach this. Nope, no chance of that. A colossus of steam and steel has risen from the Thaliac. Yet it is no mere forgotten contrivance of Sharlayan. The resultant etheric disturbance confirms that it is a primal, and that it was summoned amidst the ruins left for the river to reclaim. For mercy, it stopped dead no sooner than it had broken the water's surface, but so long as it remains in our realm, it may spring to life again at any moment.
Yes, but what does Uplander find near Idleshire? Is wilderness still heavy with ether?
HK, we are on Alpha Light.
Nay, the ether grows perilously thin, and more swiftly than I could have imagined. The primal is bleeding the land dry. Should it be suffered to continue, this entire region will become a barren waste in a matter of moons.
No! Gobbyflock has only just found home after long wanderings. Idleshire will not fall. Slowfix will not allow it. Slowfix will slow fix it slowly.
And nor will we. I have already spoken with Alphino, and he concurs that we scions of the Seventh Dawn must do all in our power to eliminate the threat. Yet given its size, I deem it wise to attack from 2 fronts. Our first and most obvious recourse is to keep our foe in check with blade and magic, much as we have done with other such adversaries. Second, I propose that we attempt to cut off the flow of ether which sustains it, mayhap by physically separating the primal from the land. If we are to be rid of the Colossus, I think the latter calls more promising, and mean to enlist Master Matoya's aid in pursuing it, yet such things take time. Thus, I have asked Master Garland to remain here and keep watch over our foe. Given its apparently mechanical nature, his expertise should prove invaluable to you. To you, I say, for I will leave the fate of Idleshire in your hands. Should the primal chance to stir ere my return, you are to join Sid in repelling it. An unenviable task, but one for which you are singularly qualified.
What makes me qualified? Yeah, matter of moons. Yeah. A lot of moons, Y'shtola, now that you mention it.
Rest assured, I do not mean to linger with Master Matoya any longer than necessary. The moment we find a solution, I shall make haste to rejoin you here. Well then, let us be about our duties. I will leave you to discuss strategies with Sid.
Backrix is keeper of knowings of Idleshire, can say where Sid has gone. Uplander should start with Backrix.
Thank you.
But yeah, if you're not sure how to join up, all you have to do is make your way to Alpha Light, and if you tell me that you're having a hard time finding me, but you are on the server and like what your name is, I'll make sure to invite you that way. Otherwise, generally, if people stop in front of me, and I either recognize them or they make themselves known in the chat, I'll just invite you. So watch the travel time being horrendously long. It's usually not that bad. A summoning stone. A very different kind of summoning stone to those we see in World of Warcraft.
Backrix is keeper of knowings and data. What does Uplander wish to learn about? Ah, Uplander comes in search of Sid, yes? You're welcome for me finding him for you, for you see, he's right next to you, talking, right this moment. But clearly, you would have never discovered that without me. You're welcome.
My thanks for sharing your knowings, Backrix. These Illuminati are indeed most hostile. Ah, Caetsu, old friend. You haven't seen Y'shtola, have you?
Drained of all ether in a matter of mere moons? When she said mere moons, she probably meant like, I mean, like 600 moons. Like a lot of moon. Like that's still mere moons, technically speaking. It's still mere moons, but it's a lot of moons.
7 hells. How much power does that thing need? Too much, plainly. Well, it sounds as if we have an urgent dismantling job on our hands. From what Backrix has been telling me, the Illuminati are the most likely culprits. They have the knowledge to summon a primal, and the requisite short-sightedness not to think better of it. Fanatical captures their philosophy nicely, I think. Their goal being nothing less than sole ownership of all the world's technology. Needless to say, they're more than willing to kill anyone who stands between them and what they want, which is everything. Quite how they managed to coax a primal into the hulk of a Charlian defense mechanism I don't know, but it looks like they've made themselves a tidy little fortress inside the Colossus. We'll need to contend with them if we're to disable the thing. As for the task itself, simply destroying whatever serves as its engines should do the trick, assuming it is in fact mechanical. But before all that, we'll need to find a way in. Through yet another bloody barrier. Doesn't look bloody though.
Barrier's not new. Rose up 3 years ago after ground made shivery shakes,
Also known as earthquakes.
Ruin was freed from riverbed then. Round Rocks was there. Saw with own 2 eyes. With Round Rocks' 2 round rocks.
Round Rocks. Sorry, who is?
Daughter of Slowfix. Round Rocks loves junk more than all other gobbies. Was collecting then and is playing now. Look. Shiny junk and sparkly rocks. Bitty bops and whirlycocks.
With a G. I'm sorry for interrupting, Round Rocks, but I need to ask you a question. When the ground shook 3 years ago, did something come bobbing up to the river's surface?
Bobbing? Nothing bobbed, silly uplander. Ground made shivery shakes when Giant of Whirligog stood, and then magic walls came up too.
So it wasn't the tremor that freed the Colossus. It was the Colossus which caused the tremor. And you're absolutely certain you saw it rise from the waters, young one? Young one? 7 hells. 7 additional hells. I think someone tried and failed to summon it 3 years ago. But was it the Illuminati, or...
Brayflux comes to trade tongue flaps, uplander.
Ah, just the goblin. Slowfix tells me you're his resident expert on the Illuminati. Pardon me a moment while I consult with my fellow uplander. Caetsu, if I may make a suggestion, I'll speak with Brayflux, and learn what I can of our opponents. In the meantime, could you investigate the Colossus itself? Biggs and Wedge are near where its hand landed on the shore of the Thaliac. Join them, and see if you can't find a way inside the machine. Oh, man. Good luck with that barrier. Blayfrogs. I'll give it a moment if you want to hop on the magic school bus, but I'll just go after a little bit because there's no reason for everyone to like be traveling along with me necessarily. Like, we can just hang out in the party and then we'll figure out what we do when the encounter starts. HK says, wasn't there a huge thing about Chaos players going to Light to raid? That's true, but that shouldn't necessarily make a big difference when you're entering specifically Alpha, because it's not Alpha that they're entering specifically, as far as I know. Not that it should make any difference, because people are going there for the party finder. I have arrived, like, at least half a year late. Caetsu, come to see the Colossus, eh? The chief has us looking for a way in. Course, there's a bleeding barrier around the thing. Aye. Another one. It's not bleeding, though. Luckily for us, when the big fella came down, his hand clamped onto the shore here, punching a hole in its defenses, and leaving that round portal there unprotected. Only trouble is, it's locked and doesn't seem to have a key. For want of a better idea, we're just listening into the Illuminati link pearl communications in hopes they'll mention the trick to opening it.
Dee-da, dee-da, dee-dee. There's only one single signal coming from inside the giant, and it's always the same pattern. I'm certain it's a code. The Illuminati always use coded messages. From what I hear, they've developed a special kind of crystal specifically for transmuting link pair waveforms. If we could get... So they've invented encryption. Incredible. Also, hey Dritharion, hope you're doing well. If we could get our hands on one, the Chief's decoding machine here should theoretically be able to use it to untangle the meaning. Quite where we'd find such a crystal is another matter.
Ah, red bricks, of course.
Does Outlander know Round Rocks? She makes great collection of junk and things. Maybe he's keeping crystal at shortstop. Wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? And it just so happens I've been working on a means of identifying the crystal in question. Here, Caetsu, take this 3G7001B. Still working on the name. Sprinkle that powder over this so-called collection and look for anything that glimmers. It should contain the material. We need. You may have to borrow one of Round Rock's treasures, but I'm sure she won't mind if you tell her it's for a good cause.
Ah, you've just arrived in time for me to drive back again.
Whee!
HK says my Magitech claws carrying me to the school session. Oh yeah, the the Magitech Deathclaw has a little bit of a. There was this extremely funny meme we had very shortly a long time ago when Smol Caetsu got her Magitech Deathclaw. Let me go over that on the next ride. A hodgepodge mixture of seemingly random items from Wedge's workspace. The engineer claims it can be used to detect the presence of certain crystals within solid matter. He has also asked that you do not ask him again about why it is called 3G7001B. Is there a joke in the name? Am I missing it completely? Amongst the jumble of bits and bobs, you spy a faintly glimmering stone.
What is Outlander doing? Sneaky taker. Treasure belongs to Round Rocks.
Maybe I should have asked first.
Outlander needs it for giant of whirligogs, but glowstone is most favoritist treasure of Round Rocks. All right. But Outlander must promise to bring it back, or Round Rocks is getting very angry.
Unsure of its origin, Round Rocks has given this light-emitting rock a compound name, a linguistic convention common in the Goblin tongue. Right, so the joke or story is that on my way back to Modona after doing some questing, I saw someone else pass me with a Magitech Deathclaw, and as we approached each other, I asked how will two Magitech Deathclaws greet each other. I'll leave that one hanging for a bit in case any of you have any good suggestions. Maybe you can beat the one that I heard back then. Otherwise, I'll share the one we heard back then in a little bit. How do they greet each other? Like, imagine two Magitech Deathclaws with a passenger that they're carrying, and they're passing each other. What do they do to, like, react to each other?
Ah, Caetsu. No burns, I see. Oh, no reason. Tell me, did the 3G7001B reveal anything? Thank you. And you have my word that I'll give this back to Round Rocks when I've finished with it. Now, let's take a listen to what the Illuminati are really saying. Goodness, all that infernal beeping is gone. Now it's a message, clear as day. Let's see. Today's schedule for Gordius. Registration at 7th bell. Stop. Louse the Quirl Cups at 3rd bell. Stop. Rest and recuperation at 2nd bell. Repeat. Today's schedule for Gordius. Quirl lousing? But I'm sure that was the only message. This has to be some sort of jest.
Or that's also a code.
Don't be daft, Witch. It's just another code. You need the proper crystal and the proper knowledge to understand it. Bleeding Illuminati. Should have known it wouldn't be so easy.
I think that's hilarious.
Quite the conundrum you have there, someone said from off-screen.
Yeah, exactly. Why is everything bleeding?
But it's your lucky day. I'll crack the code, assuming we can come to a little arrangement. I'm a treasure hunter by trade, and there's a certain something I want inside the giant. I help you get inside, you help me get out with it. A fair deal, no? The name's Mide, by the way.
Charmed, I'm sure. You are aware that the interior is almost certainly swarming with Illuminati, yes?
Why do you think I came to you? There's strength in numbers, friend. Best we join forces, eh? Now, the words you intercepted are largely gibberish, but paired with the numbers, well, you'll see. 7 stop 3 stop 2, wasn't it? You, the big one. See the pipes atop the hatch? There ought to be a valve up there with a hand wheel. Imagine it's a clock. And try turning it right to 7, left to 3, and then back to 2.
How convenient.
Ah ha ha! We did it! We did it!
And now you come waltzing in.
So, the Illuminati has been announcing the way to enter the classes all along? Strange.
Well done for cracking the code, anyway.
I had less success, sadly. I'm afraid Bravelox knows little more than we do about the Illuminati's plan of the Primal.
Come, things aren't as bad as all that. We've found a way inside the machine. We'll just have to learn about it as we go. It's only a massive mammoth, after all. Yes, just a massive mammoth. Stopping it should be as simple as destroying its core. If we send in a suitably intrepid team of surveyors, I don't see why we can't trace the machine's power back to the source via the struts and piping. And I know just the woman to lead the party. What say you, Caetsu? Absolutely, I've already made a party, in fact. It's almost like I saw this coming.
And what of me, pray tell? I opened the way for this grand expedition of yours. Surely that's earned me a place in your little band to hunt for my treasure.
You did as you promised, and you may do as you will now, but only so long as your treasure hunt doesn't endanger the mission. I'd join you if I could, but there's something I need to see first. I'll leave Biggs and Witch here in case of emergencies. Good luck, my friend. Ymir said, "Wow, like is the item name a World of Warcraft reference? Is that what you mean?" Let's see, Fist of the Father. And HK to the Magitech Deathclaw question said, "They let their pets sniff each other, obviously." And hey, Fila, I hope you're doing well. That sounds really rough. Did you wipe when the tank decided to pull the entire room? How did they conclude that it was smart to pull the entire room? You weren't talking about the item. Fair enough, I just wanted to be sure. it doesn't. It used to be true that it would give you more XP HK, but nowadays, the mobs in dungeons don't actually give any XP. It's only the 3 bosses, or however many bosses, on the way through the dungeon that gives XP. So killing all the trash in Aurum Vale actually doesn't give any XP anymore. Oh, it makes a WoW noise. Let me just test that. Yeah, you're right. It makes like this, like wow, wow noise. Maybe that's the greeting. It's actually just flying around like hello, hello, hello. So the answer that I got back then, it was on stream, of course, was the way that 2 Magitech Deathclaws greet each other is that they throw their passenger at each other. And now the follow-up question to that is, of course, how do they start? How do they decide who does the upper throw and the lower throw? Because if they throw in the same way, then we have a problem, right? Oh, Gazel is here too. Oh, we are 8. I'm sorry. If you want to join up later throughout the raid, then well, that I suppose that also works. But I didn't want anyone to leave. This also works, I guess. I'm just going to do a ready check. Yeah, I think it's I was dead laughing when I heard that that version of the Deathclaw greeting. It was so funny. But I suppose you're right that a new player might not know that HK, but a new player would have to actively go into their settings, and I think let me see if I can even find it. They would have to go into the game set, like into the log settings, and disable XP being announced in the general chat for them to not realize that mobs in a dungeon doesn't actually give any experience. And the reason why I'm saying that is because for an old player, it's really weird that the mobs in dungeons no longer give any experience. But for a new player, it will just be standard. Like, that's how the game works, obviously. Like, duh. I know that. Mobs in dungeons don't give any XP. They never did. Like, why are you saying otherwise? Because a new player starting the game today would have never experienced a random mob in a dungeon giving experience. Milano says, we should be able to progress if we don't go forward and then back and then go forward and back and then forward and back. As long as we progress primarily forward, we should be good. Fun fact, the knockback from these puffs can be blocked with a knockback immunity. I think I'll save my my ley lines for the boss. Don't forget to avoid the sonic boom. Hmm. I've made it to the door, everyone. The Alexander raid music is just excellent. Like, I believe I think I've said this before, but I'm pretty sure this song was like the first time in Final Fantasy XIV where weirdly late when you think about it, but this was actually like the first time where I was like, oh wow, maybe I should turn off my own music. It seems like the game's already got that part covered. And the reason why it goes like this is, of course, because if you come from a different MMO, you're not used to the game actually, like for example, World of Warcraft, you're not used to there being like relevant music. Imagine getting a fire starter proc. It's okay. I didn't want to have a convenient way of using my mana font before the boss is dead. It's alright. I didn't need it anyway. Hey, 3 hope you're doing well. Imagine getting a fire starter proc. Imagine having an instant action so that you can weave things. Am I right? It would be really cool if they added something like that, like later down the line, like regularly accessible instant casts or something, like maybe one every 30 seconds. That would be really nice. So that you have something if all your procs fail you. That was very nice. Very clean. The thing is, and sometimes this can easily be forgotten when you're fighting this boss. Like, people can get very caught up in having to make sure they die at the same time. But they, like, the self-destruct sequence is really, really long. So you... Oh. Well, I have all the loot. This is going to be what we're doing, isn't it? When we finished A12, I just have, like, loot from all the bosses filling up my entire inventory. Guy needs Guardian gear. The true Alexander. Yeah, that is actually true. That is the true Alexander experience. But yeah, the two bosses do not have to be killed together. Like, as you saw, we killed one of them from like 10% when it started self-destruct. Expertly done, adventurer. I have a name, you know. Even the cutscene, you loot the box. You know, that's actually fair. Oh, what have we here? It's a goblin!
Sorry. Round rocks could not stay away. So many new treasures here.
Treasures? Oh, you mean the odd bits and bobs. Well, little one, these machina are yours to take, and some of them are rather beautiful, I must admit.
Uplander can tell pretty machines from ugly, just like round rocks.
No harm in adding one more to our company, is there? I'll keep an eye on her.
Don't mind my hair clipping like crazy through this hat, somehow. Don't worry, Mita, I've already looted it. You don't have to worry about the loot landing in your inventory.
Damn it, I was so sure.
Outlander are unwise to come, but most of all is Treasure Hunter. What she seeks is not here, not in all of Gordias.
It is a really slowly opening door for such an alarm. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. A cat!
As I live and breathe, Quick thinks all thoughts. Master of the Illuminati.
He is the master of the Illuminati all along.
Bobbies are backstrapped with boom dust. Uplander shoots, everybody kabooms.
Bruh. That is a really, really dumb strategy. That's an incredibly dumb strategy. You see, you can't kill me because I have bombs strewn all over me. So if you shoot anywhere on me, we both die. Hopefully, you care more about your survival than I care about mine, clearly.
Uplander, ear catches tongue flaps of master. Enigma Codex for plans making is gone. Illuminati are already undertaking Alexander Initiative.
HK says that's an actual in real life tactic. It's called a dead man switch. Fair enough, but it sounds like all of them are strapped with explosives. I'm pretty sure it isn't called a dead army switch. But fair enough. Just dodge.
Foolish Gobby. Secrets are kept silent. Tongue flaps never traded with outsiders. Has Quickthinks not ordered so many times? Master, forgive noise-making of Empty Head. Gobby did not think. Please, Gobby will take any punishment, just not worst one.
Well, you'll be fine on account of you wearing bombs and that. In professional circles, we call that stupidity.
What? Uplander shooting Gobbies?
That was not very big explosions.
And boom dust does not harm Uplanders. Blood! Uplander blood for fallen Gobby kid.
That was incredibly dumb.
I think now would be a good time to leave.
Uplander, what is Enigma Codex? Treasure?
It's my diary.
I mean...
Yes, young one. My treasure. My diary. No, not that. The other thing.
Whee! I have read about that, Steve. It was really, really a shame. Disappointed Michael Bay noises. I mean, it was really like the cherry on top was the cartoonish noises as they flew about the place. Ah, well, see, Colorado State Senator Stephen Armstrong says, I did the Savage solo and didn't realize I actually had the mount in my inventory until a few weeks later. I didn't even know there was a mount to farm. I just did it for fun. Don't normal people do that? Bleeding Hills, face to face with the head of the Illuminati, eh? Sounds like you had quite an adventure, and this Alexander initiative has got me wondering, do you reckon it might be the Giant's name? No sign of the call, though, eh? Well, we'll just have to look further in. I'll let the chief know anyway. You'll be happy to hear Maida and Roundrocks are safe too. Those two haven't stopped talking about machines since they got back. I can't say I've ever thought of junk as pretty, but each to their own.
Aren't you an engineer?
Ah, Caetsu, ready to have another go at finding the Giant's core?
Yes. I stayed here.
Witch, could you... Oi, Witch! Stop listening to that bloody link pearl. We barged through the Illuminati's front door. They know we've broken their code.
But I've just this moment intercepted a new communication. If you'll give me a moment to... There, it says... Oh.
Oh.
Death to Uplanders. Death to Uplanders. Ahem. I think we may have started a war.
No way. No way. You do not say.
I'm a small guy to stick a blade in a big robot. Now, if only Smol Kai actually had a blade. Oops. Oops, war started. A normal day, a normal Final Fantasy, a normal day in the life of Smol Kai. Oops, started a war. Eska says, I mean, Smol Kai has samurai, I presume. She actually doesn't. The story behind that is that the whoopsie emote was based on on something that my main did, but it was far more funny if Smol Kai was the killer's intent in the emote. It was just funnier and cuter that way. I think we have 3 healers. We can have 3 healers. It's not an issue, but it was more that I'll give it a chance before we deviate from like a standard group. We need a Smol Kai emote with red oversaturated eyes. Oh, she needs both eyes red, huh? Deep fried blade. I could probably make that happen. Is there like... It wouldn't surprise me if there was, but is there like a tool to deep fry memes? Kai with the sans eye. Well, that would just be a matter of her eye being like blue instead, right?
No.
Maybe that's an idea for a future emote. Big Kai or my main with the sans eye.
Fire bang.
And they're dead. I helped. It's just an entire sand sprite, but it's big guy instead. It's like an entire model perfectly ready for a random Undertale mod. Wee blop. Yeah, Smol Caetsu does not actually have samurai. I don't believe it was ever up for debate, so to speak, given that that Smol Caetsu's second job was something that we decided before she even had a level 50, if I remember correctly. So we couldn't even have samurai at that time, but we went with Black Mage for that. And for now, the job that we have up to level is Astrologian. So we if we actually finish this raid series early, then we'll be leveling Astrologian a little bit. But it might take a while since we have lots of side content to unlock and do now. And now some of you might be wondering, Kai, when you spent all this time as a Dragoon on Smol Caetsu, why is it that you're doing Alexander as a Black Mage? It's it's extremely simple. I like playing Black Mage a little bit more. And we just got Black Mage to max level as well. Yeah. It is certainly a vibe. It's just really awkward in this. It's really awkward. I can't really cast anything because things die too quickly. And there's not really a point in me casting, in putting down ley lines, because if I do, I'll just stand on the ley lines, just wait for things to shoot. Exactly, they die too fast to explode. I don't even get to use flare. You. Are you serious? Just an entire bomb just plops down exactly on me. Just, you're a bomb now. Give me that. You don't need that. You're a bomb now. I feel the thing that this encounter's really missing, is that there isn't just a small boss at the end of the mob grind here. Like if there was just a little unique mob at the end that just fought you alone that stood out a little bit more, I think it wouldn't be as awkward. Look, I get to cast Flare! Blam! It told me to explode. Ah, of course. We did it! So, question for everyone. Is there supposed to be one of the mobs that is like named and slightly stronger? And I just never realized. Also, HK, you can just, like, if you just post a link to that in, like, the meme channel on Discord and just tag me, I'll probably see it. I mean, you can have the stuff. BSR says, I have no idea what to do in A2, so every time it's just chaos. So here's a thing that I was told recently. When I was told it occurred to me that obviously it is like that. Oh, you're passing. Ah, right, I had forgotten that it doesn't give it to me unless I'm actually alone. Don't worry about it. I could have just greeted on it. That's my bad. But A2, people discovered, shocker for everyone, that the bombs don't actually do enough damage to threaten you. So people don't normally actually use the walker bot things. Like at all. Partly because they have no idea what they're supposed to do with them, and partly because, well, clearly they're unneeded, right? So it's just a mob grind where bombs randomly land on you, which is very chaotic, as BSR puts it.
Uplander's amazing. Uplander's stronger than 10 gobbies.
10 whole gobbies. Ah, there you are, old friend. I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever find you. Big's account left something to be desired, so I thought it best to see the interior with my own eyes. I deigned to only view it with one eye, you see. A treasure hunter through and through. Tell me, what exactly do you hope to find here?
My diary. Ever heard of the Enigma Codex? My diary. It's a book of ideas written some 100 years past by me. The life's work of one of the greatest technologists ever to draw breath.
I'm kidding. It's pretty. I think it's pretty funny.
Within its pages I found myriad wonders, from the science from Machina that could cooperate ceaselessly for centuries to novel ways of cultural cheese. Even a fragment of the book could bring a king's ransom. But most remarkable of all are the plans for our walking citadel. It was to be a beacon of logic and reason for all the world.
A walking citadel? Seven hells, we're standing in it, aren't we? The Illuminati's primal took its form from that idea, but I sense that none of this is news to you. You've read it then, this Enigma Codex, which is totally not your diary.
The design catered for every needful thing, from warm beds to crops of grain. Its occupants would never have to leave, and all in a fortress on feet, impenetrable and ready to move at a moment's notice. The citadel was meant to bear the most brilliant scholars and artificers of the age to all four corners of the world, that they might set about unraveling the mysteries of creation. And this utopia, this shining seed of erudition, was to be called Alexander.
If Roundrocks lived in Walking Castle, Roundrocks could collect treasure from everywhere.
Yes, you're thinking big.
Indeed, you could, little one, and anything you found, be it junk, forgotten teachings, or lost secrets, would be yours for the taking. And what exactly would the Illuminati do with all of this knowledge? Collect it, of course. They would use it to take control, most likely. Create a world ruled by a few chosen scholars. Unless I'm mistaken, that's why the Illuminati exist.
Bloody fanatics. No, they're not. They're actually mostly mechanical, it seems, Sid. Take a perfectly good idea and make it into an object of faith. What could possibly go wrong? I can well imagine how people who have spent decades carrying their homes on their backs might crave a home that could carry them. How such a place could seem like a utopia. But we're not talking about a machine here. We're talking about a primal. And primals will be the death of us all. I trust you'll be ready when things come to a head, Caetsu.
Utopia is happy place? Where there is junk aplenty, Round Rocks is happy. Where's very happy place of me there?
Wherever he is.
Ten whole gobbies could have beaten me down. You know, HK, I want to say something that I think is relevant to consider is that just because a boss mechanic isn't necessary to be done, doesn't mean that you can that you should or have to ignore it. Like I've talked about this before, where people are like, I don't understand why you're attacking this ad that people normally ignore, like in Smol, for example, where I normally would kill the bees on the first boss, even though you can actually ignore them. Doing the boss fight the way it's meant to be done can sometimes lead to a more enjoyable experience. Case in point, A2 is probably a lot more entertaining for the person in the walker thing than everyone else. Someone left. Did you know that you can solo Smol? Yeah, indeed. You can solo Smol. Just don't try and do it minimum item level, because that's going to be hard. Castle left. That's fair. I'm assuming Gazul had to go or had something else to do. Yeah, don't worry about, like, so Gilano, Aradel usually says that they'd rather give their seat to someone else if there's someone else that also wants to come, and they're often in the group as well. So don't worry about it if you're feeling bad that you took someone else's seat. In most cases, I don't think we've had to kick someone yet. So it's generally people willingly giving their seat, like saying, I'll let someone else have a turn. So, yeah. I don't know if that's the reason, but I just wanted to mention that if you get invited in, you don't have to go, oh, I stole this other person's spot, for example. We're just here to have fun. And it's not very fun if you feel like you stole someone else's seat. This Enigma Codex sounds amazing. A walking citadel's one thing, but a self-sustaining walking citadel... Genius! It's just a pity the Illuminati had to go and make a bleeding primal out of it. It's almost like it is a primal. From what I understand, this Alexander was active for no more than a few seconds. That's seconds! And at night drained the hinterlands of Ether. Imagine what it'd do if it wandered the whole bleeding world. I don't think Round Rocks realizes how much danger we're in here. Too busy hunting for new treasures. Probably for the best, though, eh? We've got ourselves a problem, Caetsu, but don't worry, the Chief has a plan. Speaking of whom, Chief, over here. All present and correct, I see. Good. Something has been nagging at me for a while, Caetsu. It is this weird lizard who's stuck on my leg. And I finally realized what it is. It concerns the communications wedge and intercepted. So, we know that the Illuminati have managed to establish a base inside the Colossus, meaning they must also have found a way to pierce the magic barrier. Assuming that's the case, what need have they to use the only hatch which the barrier doesn't protect? And why go to the trouble of sending coded messages on how to unlock it? The answer? Spies. I believe the Illuminati have an agent outside the Colossus, most likely an Idleshare itself, who's using the hatch as a backdoor. Now, this agent will know we've broken their code, and that the hatch is constantly watched, so he won't have been able to use it for some time. As such, he'll doubtless be desperate to re-establish contact with the inside. And that's why I've cleared the area around the giant's hand. All we need to do now is wait and watch. Watch and wait. And follow whoever makes a dash for the hatch.
Chief, Link Pearl call from Red Bricks. He says Brayflox went inside, but she can't be. No, it must be an impersonator. Chief, whomever you met earlier was a spy. Quick, you've got to get after her.
It's a fake Brayflox. That gave a Brayflox long stop to the story. Arm of the father. I'm not even sure I remember what the arm of the father even is. Dee-doo. Right. The one with the lava pit, I believe. Isn't that 11? Isn't that the... I think it is Arm of something, but I don't think it's Arm of the Father. This looks like it's Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man! Pep. Did those fish-looking things just randomly glitch down the wall? Weird. I've never noticed how they spawned before, but it looked like they just like awkwardly shuffled down the wall. Ow. This machine could have summoned anything, and it just decided to summon a muscular dude. It could have been anything, and it decided to be that. The jiggle physics are insane on him. You know what? That is a good counterpoint. Maybe that's what he was going for. A very jiggly man. It's not Pepsi Man, it's Jiggly Man. Jiggly Man. Bruh. Just needed to efficiently reset my astral fire timer there. Oops. Well, I guess I deserved that one. I didn't respect the boss. I wonder if he's going to use a mechanic that will have us get thrown into the water. Whee! Ah, yes. Pair together the Lalafells. I get it. I get it. Specifically the Lalafells get the magnet mechanic. HK says that they increased the range of Zetsugeka. Kind of. Not recently, but yes. I believe in 6.0 there were some complaints about like things that felt off with Samurai, but the thing is that the development team completely misunderstood what the player base meant when they complained. So they gave Samurai Iaijutsu's extra range so that it was less likely to like fail because mobs moved away. And by the time they realized that they misunderstood, they were like, well, we kind of already did it, so have it anyway, I guess. So yeah, they did increase the range on Zetsugeka. Zach says, I soloed Savage Alexander the last fight, and I got so mixed up and wiped. You know, in Shadowbringers, Alexander A12S specifically was still so hard that it was actually really, really hard to solo it. If even possible. Like, I remember that you needed luck to actually beat it, and you needed the correct job and things like that, because it was quite strict.
Gobby found it? Good. Knowings of missing piece are with Illuminati.
Bruh.
Gobby did well indeed.
This is how you treat those who please you.
Now is realm in chaos. Broken. Machine with too many parts. But Illuminati plan needs one thing. Missing piece to bring world order. Give world harmony. Make world perfect.
And what of those who don't fit your vision of perfection? How many must die to pay for your utopia? Don't you see? You summoned a goddamn primal. It will devour the ether of every land you visit until Heidelin and everything on it is dead.
Inside fortress of Illuminati, chosen will live on. If inferior on outside die for progress, so be it. This is cost of seeking for knowings.
Hells take you and your damn seeking.
Wise uplanders find happiness in Illuminati rule. Unwise uplanders, utopia does not need. But I will for some reason not have you shot, even though we just had one of our own guys randomly shot.
So it's obey or die then. The whole concept is grotesque. No, Sid. Like the rest of the ideas set out in the Enigma Codex, Alexander is wonderful in itself. Perfect even, but in the rush to realize its ideals, even the best of us can be led astray. Oh, so once upon a time, these Illuminati were starry-eyed philanthropists, is that it? And it was only after they got their hands on your perfect bloody codex that they turned into vicious killers. Tell me, was there any passage in particular that convinced them to abandon their last shred of empathy? I cannot speak for the precise contents of the codex. Not anymore, but I haven't forgotten everything I read. I think I can stop the core if you can get me close enough. You think you can, or you know you can? And what of its location? It's somewhere in the trunk. How close we are to that, I can't say. It's difficult to find it because this walking citadel has a lot of junk in the trunk.
Junk, you say? Round rocks can say 2 paces of round rocks are 1 yalm, so by count of round rocks, chest of Whirlycock Giant is only a little further.
Ha! Clever girl. You've been measuring how far we've come from the start. Alright, I propose we withdraw for the time being. I don't know what will happen when we breach the core, but I do know that we'll be better equipped to deal with it if we're well rested and ready for anything. Well, Smol Caetsu knows a thing or two about resting.
All should be well enough.
She uses that emote more than a certain recent character of the story tips her hat. Zack says, it was tough, but I did it with Dark Knight. In Endwalker, I believe the majority of the Alexander raid has become like... It's not trivial to solo necessarily, but it's not like super gear dependent and you need to play perfectly and things like that. So that's nice, at least. Exactly, Smol Caetsu has the burst of energy and then sleeps for a week. Exactly.
No one should have the power to choose who lives and who dies. The idea is too vile, too insidious to be left unchallenged. We have to act. If we don't, Alexander will awaken, and the Illuminati will be unstoppable. Make no mistake, Caetsu, it's now or never.
Oh, is it? Walks off to do a main quest or something for a month? Smol Kai needs to slowly absorb ether like the primal she is. She prefers to absorb ether through candy.
I think I have the knowledge required to shut down the giant's core, but if I'm to reach it, I'll need you to lend me your strength.
Well, really. The Illuminati's latest message is... well, let's just say it's unsuitable for polite company. I should be much obliged if you teach those privy-mouthed savages some manners, Caetsu.
Rude? You know, they really quickly step you through the encounters here. So just talk with someone. Oh, next encounter. It's not bad. It's perfectly fine. And here we have A4. Become Smol Kai's ether dealer. I'll do what you desire, as long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Smol Kai, on the other hand, will just randomly do stuff. It's access. I know warriors are able to solo almost anything. I think playing Dark Knight is a challenge. In a way, you could say that part of the reason why Warrior is so capable of soloing a lot of things is specifically because of its insane self-sustain without having to, like, invest any effort into healing themselves. Thank you for hanging out, Fila, and good night to you. I'll do another ready check, just because it makes it easier for me to see if everyone has chosen a job. Better than 2 hours of running through the entire realm to talk to a person who could have sent a link pearl. Imagine just summoning a primal to talk with Minfilia. You should go.
Bow. I'll be back here, where it's safe.
Probably. Maybe. Perhaps. Ow! Just random laser beam in my face. I didn't deserve that. The saddest mana font. The saddest mana font. That was an awkward time to get carried away. Just barely I could... and here we go again. Just barely I had the time to transpose. Just exactly enough time. We're having a lot of battle resets in a way. Oh, here comes Judgment Nizzy. Be careful. We did the thing! And it looks like no one died. Cool guys don't look at explosions. We beat Gordias! We're a third of the way through. Mount Gluck time. It's a slightly different dungeon. Don't worry, Zach. I hope you enjoy Mount Gulg, and I hope you enjoy leveling Red Mage and Reaper to 80. They get some pretty significant stuff at 80. Thank you, Gazel. I got a little concerned when suddenly we started sharing the love there. You have to close your eyes every time you cast Flare to be cool. Ah, is that perhaps the reason why Black Mages just have like an eye patch? Because then they at least have like 50% additional coolness for their flares? Because it's too dangerous to completely close your eyes? Mount Gluck is how he got so fat. He Mount Glucked too much. Alright, Matthew, thank you for joining for some of it. I'm guessing maybe you have raid or maybe you just have to go. Either way, thank you for joining. Hope you have a continued good evening.
We're here, and none the worse for wear. So if you need another pair of hands, just say the word.
How about 2 pairs of hands? You're clearly here with 2 of them. So this is the heart of the machine, eh? I knew I should have brought a bigger hammer. Not that I'll be needing it, of course. Isn't that right, Meter? Hey, James. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, 2B goggles for the coolness. Jump for cover. Look. It's ya boy. Mr. Quick Thinks and his cat.
Greater unknowings and brain cases of unwise than quick things believed. Perhaps quick things judge too quickly. Perhaps Illuminati should study Outlanders. Yes, this is quick things. It is before eyes of Gobby. Good. Do not fail. Illuminati have no use for failing Gobbies. Or succeeding Gobbies, apparently. We kill those too, so. Doesn't actually matter. Any reason will kill you. End of Gobby's long wanderings is close. Anyway, bye.
Something isn't right. Something isn't right at all. The way Quick Things spoke, you'd think he had won.
He didn't seem too bothered, that's for sure. Do you think he might have planned for stopping Alexander's core?
What was it the chief said again about the Illuminati finding what they needed to complete their plan? Something along the lines of a missing piece, I thought. And what of Quick Things' honor guard? The two dolts were ever at his side. Why aren't they here? The Illuminati must surely have known we were coming. What could be more important than protecting their leader?
You don't think he sent them to Idleshire, do you? While our backs were turned, like?
That would be... come on. Come on. Run.
Run for the hills. Hello, Red Bricks. They called him Red Bricks.
Giant loses power. Outlanders succeed. Never mind that, man. Did the Illuminati come? Is Idleshire safe? How does Outlander know? Yes, many Illuminati come to take stuffs of Copyflock. Great was chaos, but suddenly Illuminati go and take only junk not worth jingly shine. They came barging in, ready to start a war, and then scarpered with a handful of bleeding junk?
It's not bleeding, Biggs.
Hold on a minute. When were they last seen? Red brick stinks near the shortstop. Round rocks, come on!
Oh no!
I'll go and find the chief. He'll know what to do.
I'm glad to hear that, HK. Or, well, on one hand, I'm glad to hear that you enjoy hanging out with me and the community. On the other hand, I mean, if you have a nice free company, you could hang out with them as well, right? What? Ah. Wow, you just get an extra one. Wow. Why did they stop doing that?
Outlanders are gone too long for comfort of red bricks. Shortstop is place of clashings with Illuminati. Illuminati are up to no good. Maybe using confusion to do foul things. Outlander must go and see. Make sure all is well.
Apparently we're back down to 7, so if there's anyone waiting in the wings that want to join up for the second raid tier, when we get to that, then you're very welcome to do that. Smol Kai went poof and then summoned a magic school boss. Is everything still as we found it? They haven't come back, have they? No, they're gone for now, and everyone seems to be fine. Physically, at least, but Round Rocks. The things. Gone. All gone. Poor thing. The Illuminati took everything. I'm just glad she was off collecting trinkets with Bactrix when they came. I daren't think what might have happened had she been here. Oh. Come, little one. Dry your tears.
Bruh. One thief. Unconscious. We found him lurking near the edge of town, not far from your treasure, Round Rocks. Nice.
Uplander brings treasures home. Thanks to Uplander. Many, many thanks.
It was all Big's, little one. He had a feeling a few soldiers might be lurking around, waiting to ambush us, and this is what we stumbled onto when we went to look.
Why did the Illuminati take Round Rocks' collection in the first place? Surely that can't have been their goal.
I wouldn't be so sure. Were I to guess, I'd say that the Illuminati believed something they wanted was hidden amongst Round Rocks' pile of trinkets. Rather than waste time sorting through them, they decided to take the lot, but when they subsequently realized they didn't have what they were looking for, they crept back into town to wait for a chance to seize whatever it was they actually wanted.
What if Bad Gobbies want most favoritist treasure of Round Rocks, one that is safe with Uplanders?
You mean the glowstone that Caetsu borrowed? But of course, it's been sitting in the decoding machine all along.
Yes. Round Rocks would be sad without pretty glowstone. The special treasure from near old castle, rusty one that was left by Uplanders from before.
Wait, what do you mean before? Round Rocks, were you near the Sharlayan ruins when the metal giant first appeared?
Yes. Round Rocks saw a whirlycock giant stand 3 years ago, but was only for a little bit, and big gobbies do not believe Round Rocks.
3 years ago, when someone tried and failed to summon the primal.
They kinda should give the goblins a turning animation.
A fragment of the Codex, of all the places in the realm. Only a fragment of the original, so that crystal must be the Illuminati's missing piece. We may have stopped their primal and taken their prize, but our foes are not about to admit defeat. They'll be back and out for blood like as not. But we've got you, Caetsu, and I'm sure you'll be ready for the onslaught when it comes. Might I suggest you make merry till then?
Make merry.
Round Rocks is happy. Many friends worry. Think of Round Rocks. Uplanders won. Round Rocks thanks kind Uplander.
Let me chime in as well, Caetsu. Round Rocks' home needed protection, and you provided it. Not many would do that, and certainly not in the face of a primal. You have my thanks also.
Media helped Round Rocks too. Uplanders have good hearts and kind.
Only so many of us find Machina pretty, my dear. We have to stick together, don't we?
Did Mide always like whirligogs and biddy-bobs?
Not like you, Roundrocks. My love, he adored the things, inventing, building, and tinkering with them.
Mide always touches Hurtmark when remembering.
Do I? Well, I suppose I do. Those times were something else, little one. My friends and I, we were lost in our dream. We thought to put back the pieces of the broken world with logic, reason, and technology, and we were certain we could do it too. I hadn't much skill with thinking up things or making them, but I helped in my small way, and that feeling of aiding in someone else's dream, sharing it, washes over you like a wave of happiness. I've never felt that way since. Now, it all seems so far away, even the memories feel like I dreamed them, rather than lived them. Well, enough of that. Roundrocks is right, adventurer. You're a kindly soul. Keep an eye on our girl till we next meet, will you?
I have a name, you know. Value! Look at that. We could get 7 accessories. Right, I'm pretty sure that was part 1. 1? Yes, a boiled egg. Thank you. I'll be right back, and then we'll do part 2. Once again, we have a free spot, so if there's anyone in the chat that wants to join up as we continue the Alexander raid, you're very welcome to do so. Just either find me here in Alpha Light, or like come to Alpha Light and let me know that you want to join. Then we'll figure it out from there. Right, be right back. Manatee restored. Ta-da! And I'm back. Right. So the story continues, and we begin with part 2, or the second raid tier. Rearmed. Oh, that sounds right. We had disarmed and rearmed. What's the third part gonna be?
Roundrocks thinks long and hard on what to do with precious glowstone. It is most favoritist treasure of Roundrocks, but glowstone is also what Mide seeks all this time, and has already brought Roundrocks 3 whole years of joy. So Roundrocks decide to give it to Mide so she can be happy too. For now, Roundrox entrusts treasure to Uplander to give to me at next meeting. Even meanest copies dare not try to take glowstone from mighty Uplander.
Unarmed? That could be. A little surprise.
Roundrox does not know where Meade is now, but she often gazes out on giant of whirligogs from Broken Watercross. Maybe Uplander finds her there.
Are you in the dialogue? What? Oh, like that. The jumping HK.
From afar, that mass of steel has a certain majesty, does it not? But something tells me you didn't come here to share the view. What is it?
I have a thing for you.
Roundrox means to give me the codex fragment? I couldn't possibly accept. She values that stone over the rest of her treasures combined. And yet, it may be safer in the hands of one more capable of defending it. Safer for all concerned. Gods know the Illuminati will stop at nothing to get it. Very well, if she feels I should have it, I will hold it in safekeeping for her.
An important section broken from Roundrox's prized treasure and entrusted to none other than you. Oh, don't worry about it, HK. Context is important. Wall 3 can be funny, without being a spoiler. He is quite funny.
Alas, it is of no more use to me than any other rock. You doubtless recall the moment when Roundrox first revealed the codex fragment to us, yes? When she took the stone in her hands, a piece of the Enigma codex burst forth unbidden in a brilliant flash of light. Yet it had been handled many times by others, yourself included, without ever betraying a hint of the secret contained within. Did you not find that strange? I myself was surprised, albeit for a different reason. The codex is protected by an arcane mechanism, you see. Only those who share its fundamental principles are able to view its contents. It is rare indeed to find an individual with the qualities required to read it. That Roundrox possesses such qualities is an unexpected blessing, to be sure, but if the Illuminati were to learn of her secret, she would be placed in grave danger. Even as we speak, they scour the hinterlands in search of their elusive missing piece, but as far as I know, they still view our friend as a mere collector of misplaced items. For her sake, we must do our utmost to draw their attention away from Big West Shortstop before they take it into their heads to return. And it is for that reason that I mean to leave this place. When the Illuminati learns that I have the fragment, it is my hope that they will focus their efforts on ascertaining my whereabouts. Needless to say, I may not return to Big West Shortstop for some time. While I'm gone, I would ask that you watch over Roundrox. See that she does not come to harm. You have my thanks, adventurer.
Adventurer!
Hello, adventurer.
As I thought, I am no longer worthy.
Which searches for Uplander with much urgency. Uplander must return to Big West Shortstop at once. Anyway, bye.
And back we go again. To the place we just were. There you are, Kaetsu, and not a moment too soon. The Illuminati are getting ready for something big. Stolen reports that Alexander has started drawing massive amounts of ether from the surrounding land, which can only mean one thing. The Illuminati have resumed their attempts to revive it. And what's more, Backrex reports that the goblins are amassing substantial quantities of explosives and supplies. By all indications, they're building another weapon. In short, it's bad. But it's nothing a bit of strategic thinking can't fix. They say he who strikes first strikes last, and that's exactly what I intend to do. I've devised a plan which should allow us to take the Illuminati unawares, and I'd like you to spearhead the assault. Our rendezvous point is to the south, on the cliffs overlooking the Thaliac. Biggs has gone ahead to scout the area. We shall await your arrival there.
Don't worry about it, HK. The thing is that it isn't the first or last time that I've like given some sort of message on Discord only for someone to ask on the stream. The key difference here is that not everyone actually checks the Discord that closely, and similarly, not everyone even is on the Discord. So it makes sense people would ask again. Are you DCing, Tristan? It looked like you had like the connection error icon for a moment. Right. Hello, Biggs.
Kaetsu, good to see you. I take it Wedge told you the situation. You ready to hit the Illuminati where it hurts? That's what I like to hear. The chief will be here soon, and then we can get things underway. Bloody hells, if it ain't a Stola. No one told me you were coming.
Is that a problem? An etheric disturbance of this scale demands my personal attention. Judging by the marked fall in ambient ether concentrations, the situation is far graver than previously assumed.
And you're certain that steel monstrosity is to blame?
I can see no other explanation. The giant's innards are well nigh saturated with ether already, yet I sense something else. An irregular energy coming from within the barrier.
Be that as it may, I'm afraid we have more pressing concerns. The Illuminati are up to something, and we mean to hit them before they can put whatever it is they are planning into action. Hey Ryan, and congratulations. And congratulations and thank you for the 3-month membership. Well, 3 months so far. I hope you're doing well. To which end, allow me to introduce my newest and perhaps most astounding invention, the Electro Jammer 3, first of its kind. Isn't it the third of its kind? What? It's it's edition 3, never seen before.
Speechless with astonishment, I see. As well you should be. The high-frequency waves emitted by this device will interfere with any and all enemy communications, making it impossible for them to coordinate an effective defense. With it working in our favor, victory is all but assured.
Thank you for the 4-month membership, Emir. Thank you so much. Blade. It's time for Blade. It's almost a shame Smol Kai isn't a samurai sometimes, isn't it? Alright, HK. Thank you for letting me know. I see. So, assuming I have understood correctly, you need only activate this electro jammer of yours, and the Illuminati will be plunged into disarray, affording Caetsu and her friends ample opportunity to take them unawares. Very well. Proceed. I'm sure it works perfectly, because this is the first of its kind, and absolutely not the third of its kind. I totally didn't mess it up completely the 2 first times. Which is this supposed to happen? You say electrojammer, I say flare bomb. Alright, Emir. Thank you for letting me know. Bloody hells. That's how black holes are made, yeah indeed. Hello, Colorless Games. Hope you're doing well. It's the second hand. That's handy. By the way, just a reminder: if you are on the EU on an EU data center, you can join if you want to participate. So far, we are on the A5, which is the first fight in the second raid tier. So if you want to join up, you just have to, well, you can probably catch up, given that I take time to talk between things and we watch the cutscenes carefully and everything. So it's not too late if you're behind. But yeah, come along. If you want to, of course. Entirely optional. You can also just watch watch me and the crew that decided to come mess around with the bosses. You've woken it up.
Nay, only the left arm stirs. Could the waves emitted by your device have disturbed something within the barrier wedge?
It's not my fault. Not to worry, Witch. With the Illuminati hard at work reviving the giant, it was only a matter of time before parts of it started springing to life. You just gave this one a little extra nudge. On a brighter note, it would seem you've saved us the trouble of finding another way in. Caetsu, old friend, it's time for your customary heroics. The Illuminati are likely still scrambling to work out what just happened. Before they do, I suggest you hop across the river and show them what for.
I must needs discuss these developments with Master Matoya. Sid, would you be so good as to accompany me? Your insight may well prove useful.
Glad to hear that, Colorless Games. And I hope you enjoyed it when you were unlocking these last night. Yeah, Gazel says, I'm stopping at A4 to keep normal raid roulette in control. Aww. Well, If you want to optimize your normal raid roulette, that's fair. I'm pretty sure you could, like with messing around with what gear you have equipped, you should be able to cheese it if you really want to.
Another core stirs to life. The future unfolds exactly as expected. Exactly as written.
We have... I do think it's 2 slots we have open. So if you want to come along, then you can come along. Dun, 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 dun. Get on board if you like. It's the new carousel, the magic school bus. Lightkick's eyes fixed. What a name. You need an extra X?
Uplander feels shivery shakes. My arm of steel giant is wide open and no Illuminati in sight.
I mean, HK, the stream delay is supposed to be like 2 seconds or so. So I'm trying my best. But I wish it could be even faster. But you're very welcome to join, Orion. I wasn't actually aware that your Final Fantasy XIV subscription had ended. But yeah, you only come along if you want to. We should have a party at Kai's place for best stream experience. Ah, yes. When you're watching the stream live, and by live we mean you're actually standing behind me. Now that would be wild. You clipped the GCD there. Oh, I do that myself. Don't you worry. That really sucks, Orion. I hope it has not caused any issues after the fact. I remember someone many years ago got into issues where they couldn't actually subscribe their World of Warcraft account because of a glitch that caused that basically made it so that they gave them they got their 1 month subscription, but then for some reason the bank rolled back the payment, and because this person now technically owed Blizzard, so that's World of Warcraft, money, they basically locked their account or something to that effect. It was really weird. It's many years ago, so I wouldn't be able to say it, to speak to the accuracy, but what I mean is that there was an issue because of payment, and suddenly they couldn't play because they didn't have a credit card anymore. So in conclusion, what I'm trying to say is that hopefully you're not blocked from Final Fantasy XIV as a result of this. It's a bigger Faust. One thing is for certain, Orion. While if you have a technical issue in Final Fantasy XIV, as far as I know, the problem will get resolved. The problem is that often it can take a lot of time. That's my experience of it. But again, that's mainly what I've heard from others. That they've like had to wait surprisingly long. Nice tuft of hair, buddy. Nice syringes, buddy. Nice syringe, bro. So the thing with this fight is that you see the syringes over on the sides. They allow you access to certain things throughout the fight, but they're only available when you power the thing in the center, which is powered by letting it like hurt you, essentially. So when we need a specific thing, you need someone to actually like step into it. And then, for example, to move the bombs here, you need someone to turn into a monkey. And then smack it out of the way. And the thing is that turning it... Oh, apparently pretty much none of us were actually stepping far enough away from the bomb for it to even make a difference. And the two mechanics is that either you need Monkey to avoid the bomb, or you need to turn into a bird to avoid getting 400 vulnerability stacks. That's a chimera with a goblin head. Oh. I greeted too hard, and I must now pay for my failures. Throughout this fight, I've greeted pretty hard on, like, casting things that I really shouldn't. Like, casting too many fire spells back to back. I didn't want my ley lines anyway. It's fine. I didn't want ley lines. I'll just put down my ley lines somewhere and just like really, really far away from the arena, or from where people are. So that boss mechanics will target my ley lines. It's way smarter. Oh, apparently we're back here. Convenient. Exactly, classic AoE magnet ley lines. Smol Caetsu doesn't need ley lines. She is ley lines. She just turns into ley lines. As part of her. Just pink ley lines just generating from her being. Well done, lass. You left those Illuminati smarting, and without so much as a scratch to show for it. Now, I'm told you'd like to finish them off, and we would too, if truth be told, but I'm sorry to say we have a problem. While Wedge and I were out on patrol, we saw something, you see. A meeting between Mida and the enemy. Well, that is what we call a problem. And then she handed the Codex fragment over, just like that. The way she sauntered back into Alexander with the Illuminati, you'd think this was their plan all along. It certainly looks that way, aye, but we can't rule out the possibility of coercion, considering the parties involved.
Foolish uplanders. Treasure Hunter was happy to give Codex, and why not? She makes busy deals with Illuminati since very beginning. And now Illuminati hold all fragments of the Enigma Codex. Treasure Hunter betrays Uplander's trust and forfeits their future in so doing.
What a load of old bollocks! How daft does he think we are?
Now, Biggs, if the Grand Master of the Illuminati said it, it must be true. Everything is as written, as it must be. If Illuminati are to guide chosen to perfect world, not one piece can be out of place. With this, another page becomes reality. When Illuminati find missing piece, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Goodness me, that goblin hasn't the faintest idea how Uplanders' minds work. I would have been prepared to believe that Mida was a traitor had he not bothered to come here and confirm it. Now I'm inclined to think she isn't. There must be truth to what Quick thinks. There may be truth to what Quick thinks says. Backrix scours over data, looking for knowings what happened 3 years ago. Backrix finds mention of group of already treasure hunters 3 years ago. Group went to investigate ruins near Thaliac River, only to perish in sudden shivery shakes.
3 years ago, you say? That wouldn't be the earthquake that accompanied the failed summoning of that primal, would it? Bugger me, are you saying it was the treasure hunters doing the summoning, and that Mida was one of them?
Now, hold on a moment. I'm willing to accept that Mida may have been a member of this doomed expedition, she being an already treasure hunter and all, but I fail to see what treasure such a group would have in the ideals of the Enigma Codex, let alone summoning a primal. Such was question Backrix asked himself, so he spends much time gathering knowings and finds answer in book lent to him by Charlie and Uplander. Genius technologist who writes Enigma Codex 100 years ago is Ori Zaila with blue hair, exactly like Mida. No, Mida would never make busy deals with bad gobbies. Roundrock searches for Mida, hears truth from her. Roundrocks, wait!
Emir says, I wonder what the lore reason for not being able to move while casting. That is a good question. I think I think Orion might be onto it. Takes too much concentration. But there could be a few reasons. The reason why I'm leaning towards too much concentration has to do with something else. HK says, if we go by Black Mage, then I'm sure it's because they need full grounding and focus for their connection to the elements and ley lines. So what we know about different types of casting is that Black Mages basically just use the ambient ether around them and just go random stuff, go, and just throws explosions at things. Like they just take ether from around them and throw it at the enemy, essentially. White Mages, as far as I understand, specifically use like nature's ether, the thing that you'll notice in the White Mage storyline and the Conjurer storyline is that to some degree, Conjurers are basically powered by the elements themselves, willingly handing them the power and the ether, which makes it a very curious question how Conjurers and White Mages function while not in nature, but I guess that either there is logic to that or it's a case of don't worry about it. The reason why it kind of makes sense that you have to stand still for that, in some degree, is that you're gathering this ether around you to cast it. So if you're a moving target, it becomes very difficult to do that. But on the other hand, if that were the case, why can you use triple cast? Why does triple cast and swift cast function if that was a requirement? I'm going to guess that it has something to do with more so with concentration, and like that it's a complex spell, and then the triple cast or swift cast is mostly like it allows you to like it make you like use magic to like enhance your mental state, so that you can cast, like, so that you can focus extremely hard so you can cast faster. HK says, let's make it more real. Have you tried solving a Rubik's Cube while doing high-end math, all while running a marathon? I see not being able to cast while walking like that. You know, just solving a Rubik's Cube while walking might work. In fact, have you tried eating a sandwich while running? That is actually really hard. So it doesn't even have to be a Rubik's Cube or something like mentally taxing. It can just be something rather mundane. Doing something with your hands while running might be really difficult. So it might be that. Part of the reason why I'm also leaning away from it being, oh, you have to stand still for the ether to gather around you, is because red mages don't work like that. They don't actually gather the ether around them. And if there's any caster who can find an eternity to just stand there and cast, it's red mage. If you decide to cast the slow spells without dual casting. The logic for red mage, or the way red mages function, is that you know, they have this crystal and a rapier. So the crystal itself is like a magic focus that amplifies the ether that you fire out. And the way that works is that they take the ether from their own body, push it through this focus, which then amplifies the ether like greatly, so that you can throw it at the enemies. Now you might then be saying, so why are black mages not just using that? Like, you could throw the ether for a flare through this crystal focus and throw out like a gigantic flare. But the thing is, there are a few reasons for that, and we're not done yet, Sip. We've gotten to A6, I believe. So if you want to join up, we actually have a seat. The reason is that when this crystal focus amplifies this ether, it actually produces corrupted ether in the body of the user. That means that when you use this small amount of ether to summon black magic, to cast the thunder, for example, you shoot it through this crystal, it produces some sort of like black corrupted ether in your body. And if you get too much of it, then your body starts to feel really bad and you start to like get overtaken by that ether. That is also the reason why if you get too much black mana, which is actually the corrupted ether, then you have difficulty actually producing the opposition, and vice versa. So that is the lore reason for that part, as far as I remember. And the reason why you have this rapier is that that is actually a tool that is used to offload this corruption. Like, you're literally just you're basically just stabbing your rapier into someone else and then transferring the corrupted ether into a magical attack, which then happens to like energize you with the power to cast an even bigger spell, ironically, which also corrupts your ether, which is why these spells that you cast after that produces more mana. But my point is that Red Mage has to stand still. Red mages have to stand still, and they're using their own ether, so it's probably a concentration thing. Ymir says that doesn't explain how summoners are ranged physical for 80% of its rotation lore-wise. Most of summoner magic is actually based on calculations and geometry, if I remember correctly. The way that summoners work is they don't use like a massive amount of ether or a massive amount of power necessarily. They just made extremely efficient sigils, so to speak. Something like that. So black mages just go, well, I have all the ether in the universe at my disposal. Wham! White mages go, I have all of the ether of, well, that I'm being allowed to take. Wham! Red mages go, well, I don't have very much, but I have this amplifier here. Wham! Summoners go, well, I don't need very much, so if I just, I don't have that much to work with, so what if I just use it extremely efficiently? Like, they've just made a really, really optimal calculation and then just worked with that. I think it's something like that. Obviously, one thing that is really important to keep in mind is that most of the lore about how summoners work, I believe most of it will date back to how they used to work. You know, when they cast Bio and Miasma and had an Eggy, and sometimes they could summon Bahamut for a little bit. It's not exactly the same now, right? So I don't know if there's a lore reason for why Titan can be summoned like that, and then you just can throw stuff freely, and then you can just go Garuda and then just throw stuff freely, but Slipstream takes effort to cast. And then you go Ifrit, and for some reason it takes a lot of effort to cast his spell. Like, I don't think it's very easy to, like, that, like, there isn't, like, a logical red thread in this. Not that there is in all of the magic for any job, for that matter. Like, if that's what we're going with, Foul used to have a cast time. Maybe that made sense, but its cast time has always been less than Flare. Why? Now it's instant. So I think sometimes, how do you say it? Game mechanics triumph over lore explanations, but I still think, Ymir, that it is very interesting to talk about. So, still very interesting question. Summoners are just math students. To be fair, I started as an Arcanist on my main. And I'm a mathematician. Castle says, maybe their pets help with the ether thing now, since they can't auto-attack anymore in Endwalker. Oh yeah, maybe the reason why you just can go Titan is because, well, you just have your Carbuncle cast the spell. That's the one who's casting the spell. It's just your Carbuncle. And then Titan gives you the knowledge to be able to easily cast his spells. And then Garuda and Ifrit are not as nice about it. They're like, you have to cast this, you have to work this one on your own. But that could explain it, that it's actually Carbuncle who's doing the heavy lifting, and you have, I do believe Carbuncle has a cast time, so maybe that's where it comes from.
If you're wondering about Roundrocks, don't be. Wedge won't let her come to any harm. Truth be told, I'm more worried about this business with Mide. Still, we should be careful of making any rash decisions. As you can bet, that's what the Illuminati want. For now, I reckon we should give her the benefit of the doubt. Innocent till proven guilty and all that. And anyway, we've got more pressing matters to deal with, namely taking back that Codex fragment and pushing on into Alexander before the Illuminati have a chance to shore up their defenses. You ready for another round? Good. The sooner you get going, the better, I reckon. Oh, and when you're in the belly of the beast, be sure and break something for me, eh?
The next one is A6. I'm just mentioning because Orion did mention that they hadn't finished, so I'll like try and keep you up to date so you know when you need to start. It seems like we have 2 tanks and 1 healer, so yeah. Yeah, then you can start to stay ahead when the story has caught up to you, for example. Emia says Titan is the strongest. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is that Titan is technically the strongest because he has the strongest damage output, but I wonder if that lore-wise adds up. I don't know. I feel like Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan have never been given the opportunity to to duke it out on fair ground, so we will never know for sure. Garuda is the strongest lore-wise. Is she? You might be right. What I'm trying to put forth is that it's a little bit like the who can Goku beat in a fight, and often the answer is complicated because you'd need to see how it would actually play out, right? But I'll take your word for it that Garuda is probably the strongest. If your party has enough raid buff, I believe Garuda is the strong. So it's a little complicated, guys. I'm guessing you're asking in regards to the is it the opener thing? I mean, we can talk about both lore and in combat. Were you thinking about how there is like a Garuda opener, Gasol? This is perfectly safe and can't possibly get me in issues with anything. This is totally safe. Actually, I don't feel comfortable being that close anymore. Ow. In case it is the opener thing, the way that it works with Summoner is that the single strongest spell amongst the three primals, meaning not Bahamut or or Phoenix, the single strongest 1 G-city that you can cast is Slipstream. Like, its total damage is, greater than anything else in your on your list of options. But the full might of Titan, like all 4 sets of Topaz Rights alongside Mountain Buster, is more total damage than the entirety of the Garuda set of attacks. So what I mean is 4 Topaz Right plus 4 Mountain Buster versus 4 Emerald Right and 1 Slipstream. The reason for that is simply because the Garuda Emerald Rights are not nearly as impressive in terms of potency. So the way that that works in a raid team context is that whether Titan or Garuda is better actually depends on the duration of your raid buffs, which makes it a lot harder to understand or decide. I believe the Balance has put together like a list of buffs of jobs to consider. Like, do you have these jobs in your group, or how many of these jobs do you have in your group? And that's typically how you decide it. But the logic is that if you have mostly 15-second raid buffs, then going if you have mostly 15-second raid buffs, then you will benefit more from switching directly into Garuda Swiftcast Slipstream, because that might be the only G-city you'll be able to sneak in while the buffs still last. If you have mainly 20-second buffs or more, then there's a pretty good chance that you can fit multiple Mountain Busters and Topaz Rights in your burst. Which is what leads to this difference. But it does mean that Summoner has like choices depending on what you're working with, like what your group is. Uh-oh. But I do think I remember what Ymir mentioned. Oops. About Garuda being the strongest. I do think I recall that that happens in AR, that is actually mentioned. And that is also partly the reason why... well, see, Ifrit, you just kinda go there. Titan, you straight up have to find him. And Garuda, you know exactly where she is, but you actually need to make, like, a tool to even be able to reach her because she's so powerful. Something to that effect. But I can't remember it in full detail. But I do remember something about Garuda being the strongest. Which is very backwards because she's not very big. You know, regarding Fire 1, I actually like that you throw a firebolt at the enemy. I think that's really cool. I feel like there's too little of that in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, what jobs even have that at max level nowadays? Like, White Mage shoots like flashy bolts at the enemy. If I remember correctly, see, I don't look very much at it now that I think about it, but Scholar's Broil, isn't that more like summoning explosions at the destination? Astrologian summons explosions at the destination. Sage shoots laser beams at them, but it's not a bolt. Oh, did we have 3 healers in the group? That's hilarious. Archer, Machinist, and Dancer kind of just like, they use their attack and then the animation just kind of happens over there, right? And yeah, Ruin 3 kind of shoots a beam or like a bolt of some sort, and Ruin 2 does as well. The problem with Ruin 3 is that it does very little. Like you use it once every minute, if even that. Like if there's any interruption in your rotation whatsoever as a summoner, the first thing that disappears is Ruin 3. Unfortunately. So it's a little... and... Well, Red Mage has the fire, and... Is that the only one? Jolt is more like a beam, I feel like. Is it not? No, that is not a beam. That is actually a bolt. Right? The flare is an explosion that appears at the destination. Just to be clear, I'm specifically trying to list spells that are actually shooting a projectile at the enemy, like Fire 1 does. If you check the entire Black Mage toolkit, you have, of spells that do that, you have Thunder 3, Thunder 1, Fire 1, Fire 2. I think that's everything. Or am I missing something? Anyway, I just like spells that like throw a thing at the enemy. I think that's really cool sometimes. Even though it's very simplistic sometimes, I think it can get very, like, it has its own kind of like coolness to it. But Paradox is awesome.
Caetsu, you haven't seen Round Rocks, have you? I was looking forward to hearing about the new treasure she's found. I see. Well, I'll not lie to you. Some of it is true. I did meet with the Illuminati, but that is not the whole story. Allow me to explain.
You're a magic missile kind of guy. A little bit. You're saying you handed over the Codex fragment to stop the Illuminati from coming here and taking it?
Yes, but the fragment I handed over to them was naught but a stone picked from a pile of rubble. The true Codex fragment is here, safe and sound.
Probably. I bloody knew Quick Things was lying. The way he told it, you'd been working with the Illuminati all along. Load of old bilge, the lot of it.
I am afraid not. I'm afraid not. Quick Things told you true. In fact, it was I who first taught the goblins how to summon the primal. I meant only to use them for my own ends, of course. Much as I did you.
Interesting move.
The author of the Enigma Codex was an ancestor of mine. The creation of the so-called perfect world proposed within it has long been the goal of certain members of our tribe, myself included. For years, we strove in secret to realize its high ideals, free of the twisted elitism which seems to have infected the Illuminati. During that time, there was one who served as our leader, a man who made us believe that our perfect world was within reach, a man with whom I fell in love. I wished for nothing more than to see his dreams come to fruition.
That is technically a geometric shape. I guess they're summoning something.
So blind was my devotion. I agreed to help him summon a primal without a second thought. The danger to our lives never even crossed my mind, but on that day, 3 years ago, I came to know the folly of our mission. In an instant, the infernal machine laid waste to our hopes, snuffing out the lives of my companions, and the man I loved was dragged into its core. But at least I have this geometric shape. In a last desperate attempt to make right our mistake, I called forth a barrier with which to seal Alexander. At that moment, however, the codex shattered and the Colossus vanished without a trace. When the dust settled, I found myself surrounded by the broken fragments of the codex, the cold, accusing remnants of our dream of a perfect world.
I think there's something hilarious about Round Rocks, just seeing this whole mess and just being like, ooh, a penny! And just walking away.
We were fools to think only of the future. I did not realize it until my friends were gone, but the time we spent on our journey together, pursuing a shared dream, those moments were as precious as any paradise we could have hoped to build.
It's a sad old tale, I'll give you that, but it doesn't explain why you had the Illuminati summon the Primal, or why you had us help you infiltrate it. After everything you've been through, you can't seriously think any good will come of reviving Alexander. You all but said as much yourself.
Good has nothing to do with it, understand. I did not act out of any lingering adherence to my old ideals. I simply wanted to see him again, and perhaps walk to the ends of the world with him.
Him.
That boy. That man.
Meet him cannot mean Alexander.
Well, it is a boy's name. Not Alexander itself, but the soul I believe still resides within.
Soul of Uplander sleeps in giant machine. Never has Backrix heard such nonsense. Meter must abandon this. Now's not the time. I've got one more question to ask you. What happens when all the codex fragments are brought together?
Alexander was born from hearts that yearned for a perfect world. The writings of the Enigma Codex inspired such a desire, but they are more than just a collection of texts. The Codex can also be used to control the Primal. To be precise, 2 elements are required: a complete Enigma Codex and one capable of reading it. When both are present, Alexander can be commanded to transport its residents wherever they choose. I myself was once able to read the Codex, but those days are long gone. Now, the fragments are as dead to me as the stones beneath my feet. There's another, however, to whom the Codex still responds. One we all know quite well.
Ta-da! What? Round Rocks? Are you saying that little girl is the key to controlling a bleeding Primal?
Yes.
Oh, don't tell me, Wedge.
Round... Round Rocks! Round Rocks has been captured!
You don't say! Yeah, the primal isn't even bleeding. It's metal. It's not going to be bleeding. And that's true. Malefic 1 is a projectile. I believe Broil 1, I think, is also a projectile. And I think Broil 2 or 3 is also a projectile. Abyssal Drain is also a projectile. But given how rarely a Dark Knight will be using Abyssal Drain from range, it is almost insignificant. But you're right, it is a projectile. Absolutely correct.
Curse me for a fool. I should have known better than to underestimate the Illuminati. I assumed the missing piece in their plan was a codex fragment, but they were talking about Round Rocks all along. We must mount a rescue, now, without delay. To the Illuminati, she's no better than a cog in that monstrous machine. It is like that she's being held somewhere in or close to Alexander's upper body. Continue your push through the left arm, and while the Illuminati are distracted, I will search for a way forward.
I'm guessing Tristan had to go eat. Primal Rend is a projectile because you are the projectile. This is like that limit cut meme we had a while back, where it was like depending on, or the meme with what counts as mitigation, what counts as a projectile. Onslaught is a projectile. Rough Divide is a projectile. Intervene is a projectile. Genius. Right, so next up is Arm of the Sun. Shield Lob is absolutely a projectile. Ifrit Dash is if Primal Rend is a projectile, then Ifrit Dash is a projectile. HK says 90% of Machinist's abilities are projectiles. Yes and no. I feel like a lot of them have like the quote-unquote hit scan thing. Wherein you just go like shoot with a gun and then explosion happens at the destination. It's absolutely the same, Kitsuneka. It's funny meme. Heated Clean Shot, that's like... I believe Heated Clean Shot, that's the one where you jump into the air, do a backflip, like a side flip, while you shoot your gun, while two big bot cannons shoot like 4 laser projectiles at the enemy or something like that, right? Turning off grid is mitigation. Also, hey Coco, if you want to join, you're very welcome to. I get what you mean, Gambler. Personally, I feel it's actually it's weirdly enjoyable for some jobs because they play very differently at lower level. There are some things that feel like almost mandatory at max level where it's like you don't even have the option to, so it becomes easier or more flexible at lower level. But each player like prefers something different. So I can totally understand that it can be very annoying to do old content where you don't have your entire toolkit. I don't really mind. How many do we have left? This is A7. So we're about halfway, you could say. Whee! I don't think we're doing Savage after, no. Let's say, depending on what the time is when we finished, I wouldn't be opposed to if some people would like to just go in and see it unsynced or something, but I feel like it would be less interesting than like leveling Astrologian for a bit. It's a sizzle beam! Wham! That's not a sizzle beam, that's a very big beam. It doesn't just sizzle. I never learned whether there was actually a point in killing those hearts. Like, I don't know what it actually does. But now it's dead. We killed the love. By the power of the Warrior of Light, we killed a heart of true love. Are we the baddies? It heals the boss. Oh, well that explains a lot. Given, if I remember correctly, the buff that the boss gets sounds more like it, like based on the description of what happens. I believe the buff that he gets is like he's motivated to like show off for the cat. So like you'd assume that the actual effect of the mechanic was that that he would use a new attack or do more damage or something like that. But I guess it makes sense that it just heals. I guess. It both get heals and a damage buff. Okay, fair enough. Yes. Correct. It would make sense he also does more damage, because it's both. Aha! Yeah, I never knew that. Kitsuneko like, oh, I have to pass the information on to Kai. Oh wait, there was more? Oh. Yeah, then I learned something about boss. Oh, well. How dare you! None of you opened the coffer so that loot would be in my inventory when the cutscene was over. Hey, now I have to grieve myself. Ah, it's just not the same when I have to do it. Ah.
Outlander sends quick things scurrying. Illuminati, think twice before threatening us again. Uplander is nearly through left arm. Next Uplander must push forward into inner parts and save round rocks.
Round the rocks, round the rocks. Congratulations on your victory over Quick Things. While you were busy dismantling his flying machine, I finished charting Alexander's interior. The chamber you reached is situated in the innermost part of the left sector, which means your next aim should be...
Backrix does not trust Treasure Hunter. 3 years ago she summoned Metal Giant. Backrix wonders if she still wishes to finish mission of Dead Comrades.
You know what? Good on you, Backrix. That is actually a fair point.
I do not blame you for doubting me. Truth be told, my former mentors often stressed that were the unthinkable to happen, it would be my burden, as the youngest, to carry on their work. But building the Codex's perfect world was their dream, not mine. I only borrowed it. As long as I was with those I held dear, I could happily have devoted myself to any cause.
Can you face us when talking to us?
Seeing their passion, their joy, that was what filled me with resolve, and it was that which drove me to collect the pieces of the Codex. All their talk of learning and reason, of justice and perfection, meant little to me in itself. I sometimes wonder why I was able to read the Enigma Codex in the first place. Mayhap it was because my youthful mind was as a blank slate, receptive to any ideal, if put convincingly enough. In the end, of course, it didn't matter. The Primal took my friends' passion, their joy, and their idealism, and ground them into dust. Though I survived, my commitment to the cause did not. Put simply, I had no need for a perfect world without them to share it, so believe me when I tell you that I did not seek Alexander's return to realize the dreams of the dead. I only wished to see him again.
Meaning your leader.
The section of Alexander you have been exploring is called Midas, after a king from a legend of Eld. Midas entreated the gods for a finger that would turn all he touched into gold, and the gods duly obliged. But in his carelessness, he transformed the one he loved most in the world into a lifeless golden statue, and thus the thing he coveted became his undoing. So it was with me and mine. Had we but paused for a moment to consider the means, and not simply the end, mayhap my friends would still be alive. But we did not, and they are gone. My one remaining wish is simple: to speak with the man I love once more. If I could do that, I would be satisfied. There. Cue the Wolf's Den theme. I have told you everything. Assuming no one else wishes to question my motives, I would speak of Round Rock's rescue, as was my original intent. Now, listen well. Alexander is divided into 3 main sections, each powered by an independent core. You have already fought your way through to the innermost part of Midas, the left arm. The core lies only a little way beyond, but you may be sure that the Illuminati will have deployed the bulk of their forces to defend it.
Hold on a minute. Why would they choose to keep round rocks there? The cores are just power sources.
You're correct, and the answer is they wouldn't. The round rocks is most likely being held within Alexander's upper body, but the Illuminati have locked the entrances from either arm, making it impossible to enter. Our only choice is to stop the core, and in so doing stop Alexander.
I see. Why, that's actually rather clever. The Illuminati need round rocks to control the Primal, but if it can't move, they'd have no need for her. At the very least, they'll have no choice but to keep her safe until the Primal is in working order again.
Activating those cores would have used up every crystal the Illuminati had. If we destroyed the second one, I doubt they'll have enough to get them operational again.
Do Uplanders truly think Metal Giant can be toppled? Well, that's all I needed to hear. You know, I'm pretty used to the stoic knot. I talk with a warrior of light every now and then. Treasure Hunter truly believes Soul of Lost Love sleeps in Metal Giant. Madness. But Backrix does not doubt resolve to rescue Round Rocks. Go with meter deep into Midas and deactivate second core, but do not underestimate Illuminati. Day and night, they bring supplies into Steel Fortress. Backrix suspects Illuminati are tinker-making new weapons.
I love the funny gobby speak. Right, so I'm just saying again, because we do have a seat open. If you are in an EU data center and you would like to join for A8, then you're very welcome to. You just have to come to Alpha Light, and then you can join. Yeah, Kitsuneko, A8. You know, like 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 7, 8, 9. Ah! Our entire world is in shambles. We need your help, Warrior of Light. Thank you, Warrior of Light. We knew we could count on you. Yeah, silent hand to heart. Exactly, Gilano. Nice, Angel. Congratulations with that. Be sure to share it with us when you finish them. Fine. Whatever to get back to my nap. Yeah, we have a small problem, Warrior of Light. We need you to kill everything in your path. Ah, again. Weird how you have so many problems that can be solved by me just decimating everything, isn't it? And you're sure I'm on the good side? Well, I'll take your word for it. Oh boy. Surprise! That was actually not the final boss. There's more! Firestarter Dracula, please visit today. Unfortunately, once you reach level 60 and get Fire 4, Firestarter Dracula leaves the building. Yeah, it is. I do believe it. This is the Power Rangers one. Actually, it's not even the Power Rangers one, as far as I understand, as we've heard from some of the people that know their actual reference. I believe it's a show that is older than Power Rangers, isn't it? And the names are really on the nose too, if I understand correctly. Shoom. But I can give you a little bit oh. On the low ground. Okay. 1 Fire 4. 2 Fire 4. 3 Fire 4. And Fire 1. And 4 Fire 4. And 5 Fire 4. And a Fire Starter. Yes. Did that work? I feel like it wasn't quite the same. Oh. I sure hope there isn't a random jazz band in the audience somewhere. Mainly because they would have a saxophone, right? Uh-oh. No! It's all wrong. Can you not with that? You do so many things, Brute Just. Ow. Why didn't I get knocked back when Sip did? Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Can you... Nope, that didn't work. For some reason, I thought I had a lot more time to cast that than I actually did. HK, no! This is such a spectacle. Something worth considering with a boss like this, because the song begins when the fight begins, exactly like that, they can basically guarantee that the music lines up perfectly with the boss mechanic. So they had Brute Justice leave and do that whole thing exactly when it matched with the music. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Man, we're cool. Well, I have to greet everything just to be sure, right? Oh, we're of course continuing into A9 and so on, Orion. So if your character has reached this point yourself, then you might benefit from mashing through some dialogue on your own side. Or you can do it alongside me, of course. The second core, I do believe. Once that's out of commission, Alexander won't be going anywhere.
Dan.
Dan.
Dan. Would that I could see you just once more.
Beep boop bop boop.
Farewell, my love.
I think there is space in here. I think we're 7 right now. Dan, Daniel. Not to be confused with Fan Daniel. Castle says, Astrologian can force people to be uncool because of Earthly Star being an explosion. Then there's Black Mage just going, Flare! Flare! Mana Font! Flare! Ether! Flare!
You.
It's the ninja copies!
Too frightened to face us alone, I see. Not that I blame you. We all know what Caetsu did to you last time. To usher in future that has been writ, even strongest copy must sometimes pretend to be weak and let enemies win. It says here in the book, lose. Oh, pretending were you, and I suppose losing this core was all part of your plan. Don't make me laugh. You know as much about the future as we do. QuickThinks knows all. For example, QuickThinks knows one among Outlanders carries true fragment of Enigma Codex. It seems the game is up, Biggs. There's no hiding the truth from QuickThinks. Very well, I admit it. I have the fragment, but I won't be handing it over to the likes of you. Tum-ty-tum-ty-tum. Oi, Wedge, didn't you hear him? He knows all. Which means he knows that what you're carrying is a worthless rock, while I've got the genuine article tucked away in Miss Small clothes. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Weird. Strange. Strange, is it not? QuickThinks already knows conclusion of Uplander's childish games.
He's coming for me.
What's he waiting for? Long ago was outcome decided. Uplanders think they are victorious, but luck is no friend to them today.
Bruh.
What?
That is very, very unlucky, isn't it? Indeed, cat. Indeed.
And now Enigma Codex belongs to Illuminati. All pieces fall into our hands.
I think that cat has like the jiggling fever. Bum 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 bum. As I can make out, the thing's in good working order. No damage, no signs of tampering. I can only think it was an energy fluctuation that did it. Just bad luck.
Bad luck? You're saying it was pure chance that the platform stopped at that exact moment? Then what about quick things? There's no way he could have predicted something like that. The odds would be infinitesimal. Well, however he did it, the fact remains that he did. But that doesn't mean we have to stand for it. When someone takes something from you, you just have to take it back. That's how it works.
And here we are back.
Do Uplanders forget something? Matters are too urgent for such foolish doings. What? Tongue flappers of Uplander make Backrix almost to laugh. Uplander claims already to have stopped core and lost fragment to quick things? Look here, Uplander. Backrix has brain case like steel trap, catching all heard things, all seen things, and he saw Uplanders leave but few moments ago. Backrix senses something is amiss.
Timey-wimey stuff.
Backrix is certain that Uplanders left from Metal Giant only moments before returning. He watches Uplanders disappear over horizon with own two eyes. But it is impossible to return so soon if Uplander's tale is true. Why, treasure hunters also make such claims. Backrix does not know. Why treasure hunter also makes such claims, Backrix does not know. Go, Uplander, trade tongue flaps with me there, and together think of explanation. You figure out why I don't understand what's happening.
Have you been able to make any sense of Backrix's account? According to his version of events, we would scarcely have had time to reach the core, much less shut it down. But we were all there. We all know what happened.
Are you sure he's not just confused? Maybe he got lost in all that data of his and forgot the time.
I'm afraid not. That is, unless the goblin standing watch near Alexander was also confused. His reports corroborate Backrix's. No, something else is going on here. I'm certain of it. The question is, what? If we assume for a moment that the goblin's accounts are true, then hardly any time has passed since we entered the barrier around Alexander. Time stopped. Impossible.
Not impossible. Impossible? You mean like quick things predicting exactly what was going to happen in the core room? I hate to say it, but maybe he wasn't talking out of his ass. If time doesn't work the same in there, maybe he saw the future.
There may be another explanation for that. There's a device deep within Alexander capable of performing complex mathematical calculations. It is not outside the realm of possibility that it could be used to predict the outcome of simple events.
Using mathematics to predict the future. Now, even if I could believe that, it wouldn't explain this business with Backrix.
Geeks is right. Perhaps the presence of the primal somehow disrupted the flow of time within the barrier. It's only a theory, of course. A game theory. And the far-fetched one at that, but it might go some way towards explaining recent events. To be clear, you're implying that the Illuminati are aware of this temporal disruption and have been using it to somehow gaze into the future. Very well. If you are willing to accept that, why not go further? Might it not be the case that they have found a way to bend time to their will? By moving back and forth in time, the Illuminati could effectively manipulate the present however they saw fit. They would ever remain one step ahead of us, our every effort doomed to fail from the first.
Now, that's a sobering theory, but it's still only a theory, right? A game theory? There's no point panicking just yet. Which, give the chief a call on your link pearl. Why don't you? Which, give the chief a call on your link pearl. Why don't you? If anyone knows how to untangle this knot, it's him.
I can't look at you while I do that. Chief, it's me. It's about Alexander. We've noticed something strange about time inside the primal. Well, no, not our time inside the primal. The time. I mean time itself. Chief, it might be best if you just came here. I will await your arrival.
Ah, my favorite task. Wait.
I'm waiting.
Wait faster!
Is that a heated debate I hear?
Boys, you started without me. Now, what was that you were saying over the link pearl? Something about running out of time.
Sid insisted that I accompany him, though I would have come even had he not. Matters have taken a turn for the worse, I gather.
Is it just me, or is Y'shtola like just randomly here, and she doesn't seem to be doing very much, it feels like?
You can say that again.
The etheric fluctuations are akin to those I observed shortly before the primal's awakening. In the absence of a functioning core, its form is dissipating, albeit slowly.
Y'shtola, would you mind lending me your goggles for a moment? It can't hurt to have a second opinion. Impossible! Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's over It's over 9,000!
What the seven hells? The ether pouring from the primal is flowing backwards, as if time were passing in reverse. That cannot be. Such a phenomenon is wholly without precedent. Knowing so little of this primal's capabilities, however, it would be remiss to discount the possibility outright.
It's over 9! Which is really weird, because 7, 8, 9. Maybe that's why it's over 9. It's just barely over 9, because that hasn't been eaten yet.
If it is as we fear, then at this very moment, Alexander could be undoing our efforts to shut down its cause. All of our labors would have been for naught. Ah, the treasure hunt of whom we have heard so much. You seem unperturbed by our outlandish speculations. Was this, perchance, the subject of Wedge's communication?
Gods help us. If there's any truth to this, it won't matter how many calls we disable. The Illuminati will simply undo any damage we cause.
Then what do we do, Chief? How do we even begin to fight something like that? How do we even begin to fight something like that? Oh yeah, I do know that, Orion. It's really funny that they changed it to 9. I wonder if there's a specific reason for that. It's over. 9. To erase the past, return to a clean slate. Could Dayan have known? Dayan.
Oh boy, this chair's just not for me. It's too long.
A translation error. Oh. That is a little interesting because wouldn't 8,000 and 9,000 sound vastly different?
Preparation for restoration of Enigma Codex are complete. Calculations show margin of error for future readings is 0.03%. Excellent. Now I can shoot you as well. Bang! Foolish copy. When future is decided, there is no error. There is no failure. Listen well, chosen of Illuminati. At last, all pieces are in place. No longer must wise suffer foolishness of unwise. Time has come to...
That doesn't look finished.
Time has come to backstrike. Inferiors will make way for perfect world. Or die. Now, restore Enigma Codex. Mop, mop.
HK says apparently it was close to something completely else. It wasn't even meant to be 8,000 originally, but I'm sure there are many more people who can tell you better than me. You know, that is a very good point. But in this particular case, we're just discussing trivia for the fun of it. I don't necessarily need to get the exact correct answer. So I think it's interesting to hear it from you. Just like I think it's interesting to have Orion mention the fun fact in the first place. If we wanted the perfect answer, I would probably be sitting here Googling right now. You're, of course, welcome to Google it, and then you'll be able to sound extremely smart, and I'll sit here in awe. But you don't have to. It doesn't have to be perfect. Don't worry about it, HK. But you might want to rewind. I was just trying to be nice. I'll say it again. So basically what I was saying is, if I wanted the perfect answer, I would have just Googled it. But I don't mind just, like, we're just discussing fun trivia, right? We don't need the perfect answer. So we can always laugh about how wrong we got it later down the line. Maybe Orion knows. Orion's just sitting there like, oh, these idiots doesn't even know why it was that they translated it wrong. Oh.
Now is Alexander...
That is an interesting way to say that.
Now is Alexander Illuminati's to control. Soon will cause disabled by uplanders be disabled no longer. Reverse time.
Oh, in that case, Ryan might even be able to tell if there's like some particular reason why it could easily be mistranslated. The perfect answer is small guy. Aha! Darth Vader Goblin. I guess that is Darth Vader Goblin.
Once powers Once power flows to third core, Alexander will be fully operational, and with third core will its true potential awaken. Its potential to bake extremely good pancakes! I mean, wings of time will unfurl, and all of history will be at mercy of Illuminati. Chosen ones will amend mistakes of past and reshape world into perfection. At last, prophecies of Enigma Codex will be fulfilled. And quick thinks all thoughts will rule as king of new world, of correct world. Chosen ones, menders of history, be proud to serve as builders of this paradise, and enjoy a share of these delicious pancakes.
You're right, Kitsuneko. The small dragon Kai is also quite small. I usually call her Big Kai in comparison to Small Kai. HK says, yeah, you can, go for it. I think I will also be right back before we start, so don't worry. There will be a very short break before we start.
Y'shtola and the chief have returned to Batoya's cave. Don't worry, between them, they're sure to find the answer to our problems. If it isn't waiting on a shelf in the Shaolin Annals, it'll be in some forgotten corner of the chief's brain. You mark my words. And the next time we meet Quick Thinks, we'll be ready for him. We'll be quick thinking.
Adventurer!
Adventurer!
There's something I would like to discuss with you, but mayhap it would be best to wait until we are safely back at the short stop. I will see you there.
Adventurer!
Oh, hello, adventurer!
I suppose I should start by apologizing for everything. Were it not for me, the Illuminati would never have summoned that infernal machine, or gained the means to control it. And now QuickThinks possesses the power to manipulate time, to foresee the future and erase the past. I dare not think how we will use it. Returning the cores to their former state was but a foretaste. When all three are active, and Alexander can traverse both time and space, nothing will stand between the Illuminati and their twisted utopia. We cannot let it come to that, Caetsu. Somehow, we must find a way to stop them. But first, we must rescue Roundrocks. Of all the innocent victims of this sorry tale, her plight pains me the most. The short stop just isn't the same without her. I hope someone will keep her treasures safe until she returns.
Well, it's raining on her treasures right now, so...
A cop in the machine.
The Quill and the Colossus. That's not unarmed, at least.
Ah,
Adventurer!
adventurer, you come at an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about, thinking of Roundrocks, when something in the shadows drew my eye.
This eye or that eye, specifically?
I caught only a brief glimpse, but it bore an uncanny resemblance to QuickThink's constant companion. Shanoa, was it? If the Quirl's here, there's a good chance her Illuminati keepers are close by. We'd best track her down, and quickly. Follow me.
A few theories. But it's always a lot more interesting when the correct answer isn't discovered.
See, the dubbing team's saying that 9,000 fit the mouth movements of Vegeta more than 8,000. How do you say 8,000 in Japanese again? I know there's a few different ways to say 8 depending on context, but would it be like Hachi that it starts with? Just as I thought, it is Shanoa. Or is it? One girl kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Over there. Hasen.
Uplanders, what are all these snap crashings and...
An Illuminati spy, sent by QuickThings to observe our movements, like us not. Given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of duty. He spent his final moments babbling about all of the Illuminati's deranged schemes, claimed that once the final call was activated and Alexander fully operational, the fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them all along with it. He seemed quite convinced that QuickThings was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. Aye, and that's not the half of it. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us. The future is written in the Enigma Codex, and we but play out our roles in it. QuickThings, a traveler from the future? That would certainly explain how he was able to anticipate our every move, but could it be that he has already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all our efforts been in vain?
Bah! Tongue flaps of crazy Illuminati make brain case hurt. Backricks would speak of different subject. What brings Uplanders back to shortstop?
Having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when this kitten scampered in, mewing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her, and she led us here, much to the dismay of their fellow at our feet. I'm not one to look a gift squirrel in the mouth, but something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. She has been at QuickThink's side. Make that on his bloody head. It's not bloody. Every step of the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers? If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her. Maybe even 3. Ugh, I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat! You're Shanoa, QuickThink's little familiar, aren't you? 2 mews for yeah, 1 for nay.
Meow! Meow!
So you speak English? Did she truly... Do you want to go home?
Meow!
7 hells. I think the bloody furball might actually understand us, but that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work.
A moment, Uplanders. Tongue flaps of Roundrocks come to Backrick's brain case. 3 years ago, when Roundrocks found Codex Splinterstone, Roundrock says Black Quirl Child is there, onlooking. Backricks thinks nothing of this then, but now...
You mean to imply that Shanoa, here, was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she would be a fully grown Quirl by now. Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in light of recent events. If true, it would raise a still more troubling possibility that Roundrock's discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by QuickThings to further his own ends. Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever's going on here, we're not like to find out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress. And as luck would have it, which claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. Is that the Electro Jammer 4 I spy in the distance? I've sent him and Biggs on ahead to the Maker's Quarter to perform their final tests. Meet them there when you're ready. I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete.
Maybe all goblins speak in a deep Darth Vader voice. That could be. I don't know. I just gave them a silly voice because I felt that was funny, and I've kind of tried to stick to that.
To travel back in time and set past wrongs aright. Who could resist such temptation, and how grievous the consequences of surrendering to it? For in allowing the past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, would we not cease to live in the present and in turn lose sight of the future? It's the path not to redemption but to madness.
Madness. Buy a gas mask, put it on for every goblin line. It would be, I think, unhealthy to do that. Normally when I speak for a guy with a big helmet on, I just do this. But I feel like it would be annoying if 100% of the goblins just sound like that. And usually when people have a big mask on like that, it's like they have 3 lines and then we're on with it. So it doesn't get too much, it doesn't become annoying. Castle says, moreover, Japanese use Arabic numerals too, so we can't really imagine it is the reason. So the reason why I suggested that it might make sense with the mouth movement is there is something with mouth flaps, you know, in anime and stuff, and is the 9,000 thing, that's only in the anime, right? Or is it also 9,000 in the manga? Because if it's only in the anime, then, I mean, 9 probably matches better with Hasen than 8 does. But if it's also in the manga, then that can't possibly be the reason. And even if that were the reason, it doesn't even need to be the reason, Mike. It could be anything. I wonder if it would had caught on as much as it did if it was 8,000 instead of 9,000. I wonder if that made any impact or mattered.
Ah, Kaitsu, all fired up and ready to go, are we? Then I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. As we speak, Y'shtola's leading an attempt to cut off the Primal source of ether. Our job, meanwhile, will be to head into the belly of the beast and rescue young Roundrocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore, giving us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons that the shortest path is through the giant's great fat noggin, the only problem being that it's inside the barrier. Not to worry though, Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He dubbed it the BBG-2, which he tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone.
Well, it's 2, so he made a previous one that didn't work, I'm sure.
Of course, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out, it also keeps the Primal in. That being why Mida and her mates raised the bleeding thing in the first place, so the moment it goes down, there'll be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant, if it has a mind to. Which means we're going to need to move fast. The chief will take the Excelsior in as close as he can to Alexander's head, where you'll jump off and secure us away inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard, and Wedge will re-engage the barrier, all before our metal friend even knows what's happening. Got it? Good, because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get going.
Ta-da! Why is the anti-barrier thing bleeding? I don't even know. Everything seems to be bleeding these days. Right, I'll be right back, and then we'll do A9. Alright, I'm back. Right. That one. And ready check. Hopefully everyone is back. Gazel says, I don't think the mouth movement in cutscenes are that detailed after the calamity. Oh, I mean... I suppose so. There's some incredible wisdom in the shout chat with Sip saying, sometimes I dream about cheese. And then even greater wisdom from Gilano Aradel here, who says, if a dream doesn't have cheese, is it not a nightmare? Alright, time to deactivate the barrier. Alexander be like, finally, everybody put your hands in the air. Woo! The smoke is too thick, can't see a damn thing. You'll have to press on alone. And here we are. Everybody put your hands in the air. Woohoo! Well, I managed to do something. I casted a spell. One whole spell. It's Faust Z! Be careful, it cleaves in front of it with its tank busters. And its tank busters hits like a freight train as well, so... do consider having a defensive cooldown running for your own sake. Is the damage from those, like, surprise tank busters shared? It seems like it did way less damage when you're standing on top of each other. Interesting. It's your boy, Garbage Collector. Oh yeah, I did see you had Rampart or BSR, but it felt like it did way less damage. So this fight, I have gone over it previously, but the long and the short of it is that ultimately, if you have one tank that knows what has to be done, and the DPS knows when to switch target, then you're going to be fine. The general idea is that you want to make sure that all of the machines land in the lava. And the reason why you generally want... Guys. There's a robot here. I think we might wipe this. So there's two things here. The person who uses the... who places down the generator thing will be fixated. So, if you're not sure where you need the mob to be, do not touch the generators, because then this happens. Yeah, so what happens is for every machine that is still alive, or rather doesn't drop into the lava, the boss becomes stronger. So you really don't want to ignore that mechanic. The thing that makes this fight really difficult is that it has sort of like a mix-up as an intermission. In that it summons like you see like a big red alert that happens, and that's now the mob that spawns here. You have to make sure that you move it around so that it does not land in the lava. It must not land in the lava until it is actually dead. You need a tank. You need a tank. So that means that if you see that the platform that we're fighting it on is going to drop very soon, but the Faust itself is nowhere near dead, we need to move it, because it has to be dead when the platform disappears underneath it. Otherwise, it's basically going to mean that we wipe. I think we'll be fine now. We just have to wait for that boy to drop in, and he will drop in eventually. Very good. Now we can attack again. Very well done. It's not an easy fight. Like it's like one of the few fights where you have to understand something specific to do it. As you saw, there was a part of the generator stuff that we got completely wrong, and we're mostly fine. But that Faust intermission has to be perfect. Or at least you cannot make massive mistakes. Because we didn't do it perfectly there. Like, if we had done it perfect, then I'm pretty sure that the Faust would have died on the platform where the lava was going to appear, and it would just immediately drop into it. Don't need to do that. But you can't brute force it. That's probably what I mean more. But very well done. We didn't wipe. The reason why it can lead to a wipe is because if people don't understand how the fight is supposed to go, then it's too complicated I have full poetics. It's too complicated to explain in the moment while it is happening. I can explain to you how it works, HK. So the way that the fight works is, you see the generator boxes or orbs on the floor. You grab one of them, place it next to any dead machines in the arena. And the key thing you have to note is that 1/4 of the arena will have those arrows pointing upwards, indicating that it's going to like become lava, right? You need to make sure all of the machines are dead over there. So you just put down the generator next to any machines that are not there. They will fixate you, meaning that it doesn't matter what the tank does, the mobs will chase you, the person who put down the generator. Then you just walk over to where, like to the quarter where lava will appear, so that the machines come with you. You kill them, and you step off. The lava appears. And the reason we do that is because any bots, like any machines remaining in the room when the boss casts stockpile, gives it like more parts. If you fail enough times, the boss will get a second arm, for example. Like he has only one arm in that fight. But if you fail it too much, he gets a second arm, which of course makes him more powerful, and so on and so forth. The reason why the big Faust can wipe you at once is if he falls in the lava while alive, he explodes for like immediate wipe amounts of damage. And I think if you ignore him after a certain amount of time, he also just explodes for immediate wipe damage. Like, if you have, even if you've tried to ignore him, because while he's on the field, he makes the boss take nearly no damage, so you have no reason to ignore him, but if you do ignore him, the game will just go, nah, we're not doing that, and just wipe you. Just, nope. I have had to explain that fight at least a few times. And the thing that can make it really scary is that if you're the only person that knows what you're doing in that fight, then it might not be enough. Angel says if the boss decides to stockpile him, he'd instantly kill everyone. Well, there you go. Case in point, given the position that we had Faust die, the lava appeared under the Faust and removed it like a second before the boss used stockpile, so we did it exactly to the letter. But yeah, point is, you don't actually need to do the lava dropping mechanic perfectly. It's only the Faust that you have to get it right. For the rest of it, it's like, it's okay. It's like if you went in Domeg and not everyone soaks their beam on the second boss and stuff like that. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in. Stay where you are, we're coming. But first, now that you're clear, we had best get that barrier back up before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBG-2 and reactivate the barrier on my mark. Mark? No, my head! Now both my arms and my head is stuck. Ugh, this is the worst day! That's weird because I control time, so I could just choose to be in a different day, but I don't. Excellent timing, Y'shtola. Caetsu has done it. We have a clear path into the heart of the beast. Good. It is a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same may not be said of the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of ether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why, I cannot say, though I am hopeful that one among us can. Bum 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 bum. What? Me, dear? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you'd better explain.
Like all primals, Alexander constantly draws either from its surroundings, both to sustain itself and to gain in strength. Master Matoya and I believed we could disrupt or at the very least inhibit this process by means of Arcanima. By creating a vast, impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land from which it drinks. Which is why the old witch had me place those infernal devices of hers on every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? Yes and no. As far as we can tell, the Arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet, for reasons we have been unable to ascertain, they have had no measurable effect on the primal. Alright, out with it, Mida. If there's anything you haven't told us, we need to hear it now. We are running out of options. I fear it will not avail us, but very well. It all began with a curious encounter in my younger days. I was out playing on my own one day when a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine if I but heeded his words. Dun dun dun. So no head. In my youth, I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. Reunite the scattered shards of the Enigma Codex, he said, and perform the sacred rite before the ruins that yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then, and only then, shall your hopes and dreams become reality. With that, he handed me a relic, a horn with a tip of metal, which seemed so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst for the summoning, he explained. A gift from your friend Travanchet. And then he was gone.
Travanchet.
Travanchet? I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa, in the days before the calamity. I might have guessed that the Asians had a hand in this. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on Seal Rock. It is a lost relic of the ancients with the power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were an artifact of such power to fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see. If I have the right of it, Alexander's third core is using the horn to draw ether from far and wide. It's little wonder our plan failed. Even without moving an ilm, the primal possesses the means to drain not just this land of ether, but our very star. Then our course is clear. If the old witch's magics won't avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle the core the old-fashioned way. Indeed. And yet we must be wary. We have seen the course of time reversed once before. We may well see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there's naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Aye, they are free to turn back the clock again and again, the primal growing stronger all the while.
So what do we do then? We can't just give up.
No. We press on. Lest we forget, controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is but a useless piece of stone without the mind of the Gobby Girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick Things will have no way to flip the hourglass. The Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn, and it was through mine own negligence that Travanchet acquired it. That it now endangers our world is my responsibility. Even were I not a scion, I should do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer, it is yours. Then it begins. I'll send word to our friends in Idleshire. Biggs, Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Caetsu, prepare for departure. Let Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence.
Bom 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 bom. Nice, Angel. You're almost there. There's 2 cats. Dun dun dun. Huh? That revelation would be a lot funnier if we hadn't already determined that that cat might be weird. Also, it's called Schrödinger now. Meow. 7 hells. It wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine, was it? No, it had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of all here being at stake, but this is the future. Past and present all rolled into one. We have to get Round Rocks out of there before those guppies can put any more of their crazy schemes in motion. You know, when you think about it, that does mean that this story had more at stake than Endwalker in a way. And why is everything bleeding, indeed? Speaking of guppies, have you talked to old Backrix lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Shanoa after all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken the little furball back to the shortstop and given it a name. Schrödinger, however you pronounce it. Anyway, I'd best be heading back. He's already taken it back to shortstop. Has he, Biggs? What? What? What are you talking about, Biggs? Anyway, I'd best be heading back that way myself. See you there, Caetsu. He's literally standing right there, Biggs. Maybe it's Schrödinger's Backrix. Ready to head back into the belly of the beast, Caetsu? Alright, let's get this rescue mission off the ground. First, some good news. While the barrier was down, we were able to get our first good look inside Alexander's innards. Far as we can tell, Round Rocks is being held captive in what seems to be the central control chamber of the whole Colossus, called, helpfully, Central Control. As to how we reach it, do you remember when you infiltrated Midas? There was that cavernous room with a dirty great city in it. Aye, well, we've spotted one of those floating platforms which goes back and forth between there and the place we need to get to. The quickest route to the city is straight through the giant's head. You'll go in through the hatch you opened for us last time. Take care of any guards, and secure the platform I mentioned. Meanwhile, the chief and the others will be making their way to you via Midas, after setting out in advance to sweep the place for any nasty surprises. Once you've all rendezvoused, it'll be time to storm the control room, while me and Witch stage a little diversion. Got all that? Good. Let's crack some Illuminati skulls. Schrödinger's main quest. Yeah, sounds about right. Bum, 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 bum. Number 10. Breath of the Creator. HK. Are you ready again? Seems everyone's ready then. Boom. HK, half the people are down randomly in the middle of nowhere. I think. Like, we're not actually back at shortstop. For some reason, I was convinced that this fight was like way earlier. I don't know why I had made that conclusion, but for some reason I just assumed that a fight with just some gobby would be way earlier in the raid series. It's just some gobby. Fire! That's the mob that teaches Blue Mage's Gobskin. I don't think there's anything specifically for the off-tank in this fight, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not just a gobby. It's a gobby in full epics. There's an A rank that uses Gobskin. Bruh. Missed! You missed! With your lame bricks. Okay, you hit me with that one. That's on me. I think... Oh, he thought he was going to start one of the traps, but then he didn't. Oh, that was a donut AoE. Ow! And that is, of course, a circle AoE. I should have seen that coming. No, cast trap before triggering one. That's I see that's true, Tristan. I thought it was a little less obvious what the attack, what the action was called, but I can see that the traps are active. That's why I'm like on edge about that. Alright, Angel. Excellent work, old friend. That platform is our shortcut to the heart of the machine. All seems quiet on our front, so... Seven hells, we've got company! Ah, there you are, Kaitsu. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak.
Round rocks.
So this is the Enigma Codex. It's a long way down.
And that must be the third and final call. 12 have mercy. If you could but see the volume of ether issuing from it.
Yes. Much swirly bright. Time wings can spread, travel to overtimes, make bad things good again.
Could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? I could erase my mistakes. I could see him again.
3 years ago, Mide lost Dear One. Mide wants Dear One back, yes? Round Rocks helps Mide.
Round rocks, no! You must save your strength.
Mide worries too much. Round Rocks is strong, Gobby. Uplanders hold on to brain cases. Time wings spread.
Uh-oh. Seven Hills, has the girl gone mad? Stop this, Round Rocks! Stop, I say!
You cannot stop the timey-wimey stuff.
Biggs, where are we? And why is everything spinning? Biggs, Wedge, can you hear me? Round Rocks has engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurtling into the past. Oh. We're what? We're what? Is the stream stuttering? It certainly shouldn't be.
Biggs, over here. You're not going to believe this.
What's Mida doing down there with those... Hold on. They're performing the summoning ritual. Bugger me, we really are in the past.
What in the seven hells?
Someone's taken control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk.
Bruh.
Damn it all. This isn't right. We must abort the summoning. Quickly, Mida. The seal.
No. Diane, no.
Oh, yes. That is the book that Quick Thinks is walking around with.
What is the metal-making kitten doing?
That is such a sad time loop. The fact that Alexander was summoned in the future, or the fact that Alexander existed in the future and was a problem, like all of this happened as a loop. Like none of this makes sense if they started in the past.
So it seems we are back in our time.
Past is made right, and we return to now times. Treasure hunters' friends die, as it is writ, as it must be. Uplanders serve Quick Things well today. Uplanders are not grasping meaning. Quick Things breaks into bitty pieces, fit in Uplanders' tiny brain cases. Time is flat round shape. All things Uplanders and Guppies did are doing and will do. Doings happen over and over and over again, for all times.
So, when Mida and her friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us traveling back in time? But that's madness!
Who actually summoned Alexander, then?
Time is an endless circle. My failure, my pain, my suffering, it was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning? Let us away, quickly.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Mita must hurry.
No. Nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being. It all ended before it ever began.
Mita!
Yeah, my question is, who summoned Alexander then? Was it the Illuminati people that summoned Alexander and then all this happened? Or did Alexander just appear? And then all this stuff happened? I'm guessing they summoned it? I can't even remember.
Chief, you stole her. And Round Rocks. Gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. I thought we'd never make it back in one... Wait, where's Mita? Mita stays behind in Giant of Whirlicogs. All because of Round Rocks. Round Rocks must go back to Giant of Whirlicogs. Save Mita.
You leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on that link pearl and tell her to bring that the Excelsior around.
They call me Secretary Wedge.
Though I don't much care for the answer. We finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati masterminded the massacre, and through some ungodly trick of time, 'twas us that brought them there to do the deed.
And what about Mita? The only thing keeping her going was the hope that her soul lived on in the machine. But seeing what happened to the poor bastard...
Aye, we witnessed the truth with our own eyes, sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If aught remains of him, it is no more than heat and light.
Or is it? Oh, apparently we're down to 6.
Quick thinks says the future's already been writ, eh? That we're fighting a losing battle. Well, we've got a thing or two to say about that, don't we, Caetsu? Round Rocks is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't be turning back time on us anymore. And that's not all. Thanks to your efforts, we've got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action, and the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go, Caetsu. We'll show the Illuminati that the future's yet to be decided, and save Mita while we're at it.
Well, Coco certainly ran off into the distance. Does that mean that Coco does not want to join? Angel said that they had to go shopping. They're not in the group. Guess what time it is, everyone? It's finally time to go forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back. Well, almost. There's some trash packs first. Also, BSR says, what does time soup taste like? Welcome back, Angel. We're about to also be going forward and back. Both forward and back. Alright. Good luck with the relics, Angel. Isn't there something like the amount of ads in like leading up to the boss in this one is weirdly short? Right, there's 2 packs, right? 3 packs, because that's technically a solo, right? It was certainly solo enough that they just walked away. Ow. Shoo. Transformers. Thank you, Milo. That was perfect. Send your taxi, milady. That was genius. Uh-oh. Oh, look, an ad! And it's called Ed! With 2 Ds! Kaboom! GA 100. Ow. Jump on! It's pretty funny, this mechanic. It feels so weird. I'm also not sure if there's ever been like a specific reason to wait as long as possible before hopping off. Blade! He used an arm blade! He used an arm blade! Kitsureko, he used an arm blade, I tell you! Now he's using a plasma shield. Or he's invulnerable.
Say the magic word. Blade.
You have to leave now, HK? Well, thank you for joining for all the parts you did join for.
Outstanding, Katsu. Another Illuminati creation reduced to scrap metal. I'll wager the mere sight of you is enough to send the copies scurrying back to the drawing board. There it is, the heart of the beast. Only now that I see it up close do I comprehend the true scale of the thing. To have reached this size in so short a space of time, the core must be taking in ether at a positively ungodly rate. I'd be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip away at it. Which means we'll need to change tack. Central control room houses everything required to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that it might offer us a way to regulate, or even shut off the flow of ether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed to fail without the guidance of the Enigma Codex, and there's only one person alive who can access its secrets, as far as we know, Sid. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back there? What if she falls into Illuminati hands again?
Yes, interesting stuff. Our planters waste their tongue flaps. Quick things has seen future. True future. And it ends badly for our planters. Very, very badly. Our planters think they just lazy walk into central control. Quick things thinks not. All passages are sealed, all floaty boats disabled. Only way left open is here, through core chamber. And when Uplanders come next, it will be Uplanders' end times. Quick things has seen it.
Da 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 da.
Bad Shanoa, stupid creature. What goes in brain case? What goes on in brain case?
Oi, Witch, is it just me, or are you getting the feeling we've seen all this happen before?
Now you have the book.
It is Watcher Book of Backrix. And look, writings end where Backrix leaves off, when Shanoa sends Watcher Books spinny falling from Backrix's fingers.
So Quick Things thinks that this was the end because the book literally ends.
What the... You mean to say the book Quick Things has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from your hands when you traveled back in time? So that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with delusions of grandeur and a diary from the future.
So the glorious bleeding future he was always going on about, the one that was writ, was nothing but Backrix's record of the stuff we'd already seen?
Bugger me, I've just had a thought. Oi, cat, are you Schrödinger from the shortstop? Are you Quick Things familiar, Shanoa? Twice for yeah, was it, Chief? I bleedin' knew it. She's both. After Schrödinger went tumbling down from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop. Quick Things found her, took her in, and gave her a new name. It's like they're two cats, but also one, at the same time.
Setting aside for the moment the question of whether or not that even makes sense, what possessed that confounded cat, whatever you want to call her, to do all of this in the first place? I swear, all she's done is made a right old mess of everything. Now, Wedge, taking out our frustrations on a mewling kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Getting back to the crux of the matter. Backrix, you said the journal ends right where you left off, yes? That it's nothing but blank pages from that point on. Do you hear that, everyone? Though Quick Things would have us believe otherwise, the future from here onward, that is still to be written, and I'll be damned if we won't be the ones to write it. Camera cuts to the player character. Lighting's a bit weird here. Did you just leave the cat? Future book is gone, but no matter. All knowings of true times are safe up here in Quick Things' brain case. Quick Things' chosen one, mender of history. Truth is unchanging. True times choose Quick Things to do their bidding. True times send Shanoa into past, deliver to Quick Things knowings of future. True times live inside, guiding all of Quick Things' doings. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quick Things brings world closer and closer to perfection. Guides Illuminati to rightful places as rulers of New World Order. True times will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders. Quick Things needs no future book, no copy girl. Quick Things needs nothing and no one but own self. Future has chosen, and future chooses Quick Things. Yes, even now, power granted by True Times wells from Quick Things' fingertips. Power beyond understanding of Uplander's feeble brain cases. Alexander, Overwatcher of True Times, deliver divine judgment on ignorant Uplanders and crush them out of existence for all times. Do the thing! I demand you.
Well, that's bad. He apparently discovered how to use Alexander anyway. Good thing he didn't realize that sooner. Or maybe Alexander just decided to act this time.
Let me see if I've got this right. 3 years ago, the quick things of back then found the journal that the Backricks have now dropped, which was only possible because we traveled into the past, what with time being a circle and all that. So he had a look inside and, not knowing the truth of the matter, got it into his head that he was some sort of prophet chosen to set history straight, and that Shanoa, who miraculously delivered the book to him, was a messenger from the future sent to show him the way. That's all well and good, but the question remains, why did that bloody cat start all of this in the first place? What could she possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculously convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, eh, Caetsu?
Indeed. And yeah, Angel, if you want to come back in, there should be a spot.
Alright, Caetsu, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're going to disable the core, but we do know that our only chance is to get back to that central control room. We also know that there's only one way in, and that Quick Things isn't going to let us through without a fight. Now, we can be pretty sure that he can't see the future, not anymore at least, and without Round Rocks to read the codex for him, he won't be turning back time on us either. But he's still a power-mad maniac with some of the deadliest machina in the realm at his disposal, and after losing that book of his, I'd wager his trigger fingers feeling pretty bleedin' itchy. And bleedin'. Aye, we'd best be ready for a battle and a half. Muscle against machine, man against machine. Gods, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or soil myself. Mabel 3. Here comes the chief now. It's time to move out.
And now we're here.
Tick, tock, tick, tock. Time moves on. Imperfect past giving way to perfect future. Worthy or unworthy of place in New World Order, Alexander will judge.
You. The time bubble.
Yes, all is as Quick Things foresees. Truth hammer of Alexander falls on Uplanders. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in Illuminati future. Here, Uplanders meet their end times. What? Freeze time field is deactivated? No matter. Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire!
Uh-oh.
Seven Hills. Now that was a bit too close for comfort. Is everyone alright? A Colossus inside the Colossus? Look, I don't know what that thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went. Or, more accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized distortion of time. The only question is when our metal friend will reappear. Better not to wait, lest it catch us unawares. Caetsu, I need you to head into the distortion and dismantle that thing. We'll secure a path to central control while you do. Good luck. Dum dum. I had expected it to like fade in. It was just a little quickly. The big finale. Soul of the creator. It looks like we have a balanced team, so unless there's anyone that wants to switch, I think we're good. I'll do another ready check. Well, this time I'm specifically looking and like, so the thing is, every time, as long as the ready check hasn't finished, every time I open the party menu, it refreshes what jobs people are playing. So it should be good. I didn't even notice it when we had it wrong the first time. 8 tanks. We probably could do that. It might be a little hard though. Sonic Boom. It's mega holy. He's extremely holy over here. That was a really big holy as well. Fire! And fire! And more fire. I did that wrong. Oh well. I did it wrong because I cast one too many fire 2s and was like, oh right, double flare. For some reason it's very difficult for me to remember that it is like that when it's specifically level 60 where I don't have things like triple cast. I sure hope at least one of our tanks are prepared for limit break. I think Ymir says if they can. Pew, pew, pew. Bruh. Right on my ley lines. Oh yeah, by the way, punishing heat is a tank buster. Cut the music. We're going into space warp or something. You know, it's a good thing you actually, when you spawn out here again, you're spawned back with like 5 or 6 seconds of invulnerability. Because if you hadn't, there would be a possibility that you just come out and the tank just so happens to have the boss facing exactly where you spawn. And it just does the, like, cone attack and then you're dead. Wait, did it just cancel the mechanic? I think it did. We're too good. This mechanic is normally like on the way for a while before you beat it. We did extremely well. That was clean. Weirdly, because I've at least gotten this in roulette a lot recently. I'm guessing I'm not the only one. We're all extremely well acquainted with how to beat Alexander. Meanwhile, Garbage Collector, we had a Gunbreaker and a Dark Knight. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that it went faster. I think it's mainly down to the fact that we all played really well. Yo. I can't remember how long the like end part of the story is, but I think we might have time for like a leveling roulette with Astrologian or something. You do not disappoint, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone, follow me.
The flow of ether to the core must be stopped. Pray lend us your strength one more time, child.
When quick things winds back time, doings of Uplanders will be undone. History will be rewritten, and Illuminati will rule over New World Order.
Huh. If you think you can take round rocks from us, you're welcome to try.
Foolish uplanders. Knowings of the Enigma Codex are not known to just one.
What in the damn thing's responding to him?
Uplanders are slow-seeing. Quick things never needed Copy Girl from beginning.
When the final core is activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it could entirely consume any who sought to control it. You were too craven to risk your own life, until you had no choice.
Womp, womp, womp. Treasure Hunter? But Treasure Hunter is too slow coming. Future has chosen.
You poor, deluded fool. You never did work it out, did you? The future doesn't choose us. We choose the future.
Well, that was easy. Pretty sure you could have done that ages ago.
Now, child! Throw the child!
Beemu! Anti-time magic Beemu! I still find it surprising when a boss, like, synced properly skips a mechanic. It's still, like, surprising in a way.
The knowledge in the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core.
Power stores are depleting rapidly. Without a steady supply of ether, it's only a matter of time before the whole thing grinds to a halt and fades away.
Roundrocks is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe, but how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati?
I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown from my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago.
Huh! Sounds to me like you had a nice nap in a rubbish chute. But what matters is that you're safe. And with that, I think we can declare this operation a success. Ah? Escape from central control, so just exit? Is that my task? Apparently.
To see my work here is done, let us take our leave.
The cat isn't satisfied for some reason. Because he's not dead. Damn it all, didn't we kill that bastard? Negative. Quick thinks better build own body, made stronger than ordinary copy. Quick Things is not unmade by simple flesh wound.
Better built. 7 health, that's not a mask, it's his face. He's more machina than goblin.
O Alexander, Lord of Steel and Whirlicogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant and unworthy feel divine judgment.
The Codex response. It means to return to the past.
Uh-oh. Access denied. What means this?
This red glow. Alexander's refusing to obey his commands.
Access denied.
Alexander, junk brain machine, quick things is chosen one, tongue flaps of quick things must be obeyed.
And it's gone!
It would seem Alexander has achieved what a simple flesh wound could not. Quick thinks permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I would say the machine had a mind of its own. Diane, my love, could it truly be you?
2 for yes.
You were in there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe.
2 for yes.
Did it just blink twice? Bugger me, the machine's actually talking to her.
The soul really was in the Primal all this time. Chief, is that even possible?
Anything's possible.
The core. Without the Codex to bridle its power, it rages out of control. It drinks in ether like no Primal I've ever known. We must stop it now, lest Eose be bled dry. Finally, I see. This is why you summoned me to this place, isn't it, my love?
Two for yes.
I thank you for guiding me here, Kaitsu. And Round Rocks, know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends.
Mine, no! Mine, no! Mine must not go!
My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not. Alexander will trouble you no longer.
Well, I'll take your word for it. On these speakers.
My love, what is this place?
How best to put it? We stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say it is the dream that Alexander dreams.
And what of our companions? Are they...
Their fate was not mine to change, Mide. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History is as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon past, present, and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees, and feels what it feels. This perfect machine, born from yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we have seen. A world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist, every nation brought under their yoke. A world in which Alexander spread wide the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity. Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable, all the realities mathematically computable, and, in the end, reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space and reshape history for the better, but such power comes at great cost. The sheer quantity of ether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would, mayhap not immediately, but inevitably, bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, this supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched and the future in the hands of man with all his imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus' ability to calculate. And yet, Alexander chose to believe in that woman and the light within her.
I met that woman, my love. I believe in her too.
There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history, but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequence for our reality. Its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures separated by nary a thread. Were the wings of time to fall into the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of ether, and in the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of time as it had already been set in motion, Alexander set forth a humble servant to do its bidding. One cat, a clockwork squirrel, an eternal child, to gently nudge history back into its proper path. And that explains why it never grew up. But now one task remains.
Having become one with the horn, the cause well nigh indestructible, it would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry, and so we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time, a fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. That is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love? We are already there. In coming here to you, I have closed the circle of time. I am all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish. And so, as I took it in hand, I prayed and prayed with every ounce of my will for the one true desire in my heart. To be with you, forever.
And scene. Better love story than Twilight.
Round Rocks is back in Idleshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mita, that is. The poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. I could have sworn I heard her voice in there, saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier, Caetsu. It's like time is standing still. Buggered if I know what it all means, but I'd like to believe Mita and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know? Phew, I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just happy to be out of that godforsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Mita. Hold on a moment, Caetsu. She's what? Aye, my chief. Leave it to us. Bloody hells, Caetsu. Round Rocks has gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? I'll wager she's run off somewhere the two of them used to frequent together. Wedge and I will have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarter? Come on, let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble.
And yeah, Imi, I do believe P4S is the vampire.
Oh, it is Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Round Rocks is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Round Rocks just wants to go to a quiet place and do some back thinking. Running out of giant of whirly-gogs, Round Rocks feels something rattling in pocket, so Round Rocks reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling thing is glowstone, Round Rocks' favoriteest treasure. But it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Round Rocks. Not anymore.
There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Caetsu? Is aught amiss?
The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing, if not entirely surprising. Were to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection, its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mita in her youth, Round Rocks. Though their reasons might differ. Arrogance, youthful idealism. childish innocence. None thought to question the words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Roundrocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. And she is not the naive child she was before.
That too. Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand, with your own blood, sweat and tears. In so doing, you are forced to confront your own failings, and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Else, there may come a time where you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again, but more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future, and that will do a damn sight more than any star. And that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal.
Roundrocks understands. Roundrocks will collect more and more junk, build city of great treasures with own hands.
That's the spirit.
Roundrocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Mide's dream. Roundrocks would give back to Mide.
A noble wish, child. Would that we could grant it, but I fear the steel giant, and all that lies within that barrier, is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I do not wish on anyone.
Meow.
Hello. Whoop, 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 whoop. Well, look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which this little squirrel seemed to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd send her in with Roundrocks' glowstone without a moment's hesitation.
Meow. Meow.
Do that.
To Muse, might that suggest a willingness to try?
Meow. Meow.
Do it, bro. Do the thing.
Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to two souls trapped in time. No, I think I've seen everything. Do you think those two will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands.
Leave to Roundrocks. Roundrocks works hard. Build sparkly shining future for Mide.
That's the spirit.
As shall we, child. And with that, Caetsu, we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat. You have our gratitude.
I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know that they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Roundrocks is safe. There was also a matter that they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at the short stop.
If you will be returning to the short stop, I would ask a small favor of you as well. Pray deliver this volume to Backrix, and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Caetsu.
That's a very tiny book. It's a very tiny book. A tiny, tiny book.
Now Roundrocks is safe at short stop, and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix, Uplanders bring present for Backrix?
Judging from the wear and tear of the parchment, this elegantly penned document entrusted to you by Y'shtola appears to be quite ancient.
This is Charlie and Legend book from Y'shtola. Backrix has waited for Legend Book for a long time. Backrix has been reading about many things. About Enigma Codex and blue-haired uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from Giant of Whirligorgs, thinks Backrix. Now Giant of Whirligorgs sleeps, and Gobbyflock is safe. But still, Backrix would fill Braincase with knowings. Fill pages of Watcher Book with data. Let Backrix see. Yes, it is just as Backrix. Are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him?
Oi, are you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many years ago in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstepped from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotgo. Names of 2 are Dayan and Mide. Look at hand drawing, even faces are same looking.
Bruh.
You guess, if that's our Mide and Dayan, why, that means that one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far in the past.
So after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may just be a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it.
And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but holds stone in hand and shiny light. Glowstone of round rocks. Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that girl a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible. Can it?
Speedy Quirrell up on the wall.
At this point, I'm about ready to believe bleeding anything. But that reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Caetsu. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our asses fried by that Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation then, a feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible had happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember.
I felt it too. So tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Things was spinning the hands of the clock?
I want to know, so I'm going to say I'm afraid I do.
You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you don't tell us? Thank you very much.
You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the look on Kaetsu's face, I reckon this is one of them. Anyway, it would seem this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done, but now that Quick Things is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Round Rocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse.
That's really mean.
Speaking of which, we'd better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Caetsu. Till next time.
We did the thing. I don't know if we have time for a leveling roulette though. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. I wonder why they went away from doing it like that. Yeah, we started building the healer set, so what we're going to do is we're going to teleport to Crystarium, see if there's anything we're missing of the healer set for that, and then we can go. I think next we'll go for the Ironworks set, so that we have that worked on. Hello. I actually thought we had way more of the set, but fair enough. Because we need the astrologian weapon as well while we're at it. Well, they look related. Right, we fixed the poetics thing. I have an idea of where we're going next. Can you see other players when you're in this building? Or is it just you? Well, that looks lonely. I think I went to the wrong place. Let me just check. Yes, I went to the wrong place. Thank you for letting me know. How about in the Waking Sands? Is it also just you? I'm looking for a place to take a picture for next week. And I think what we're doing next week is we're doing the Warring Triad. Just you. Well, in that case, well, I don't know if you all would want to be on the picture, but you can probably imagine who it is that you could probably imagine that the person that I wanted a picture with is Unukalhai, right? But the alternative is we just take a picture here. Can I get on the building? I can. I think I'll take a picture with Unukalhai. Or do you want me to wait? I think up on the building. The genius there is that I can stand on this. Maybe that's a little too high. I can stand on this. And then we can all be in a reasonable height. You can have the small people stand on a thing and the tall people not stand on a thing, and then it works. So if you want to be on the picture, you just come over here to the Waking Sands. You probably want to be on the fence as well, Milo. I'm gonna be real with you, Coco. That will not be on the picture. That part will not be on the picture. Maybe if Zip can come a little bit closer. Where shortcut was. I mean, is it that big of a deal when you can fly nowadays? I think it took me like 30 seconds to fly here. Yeah, we're waiting for Angel, who is in the party. I'm going to reiterate that I think Zip needs to come a little bit closer. Just like a little bit, like on the fence closer. And when I say, can you come a little bit closer, it's because I looked at it and concluded, you're not going to be on the picture. I can't fit you on the picture otherwise. Let's see how I can angle it. I think this is pretty good. If you want to do an emote, you do the emote. If you also want to have an expression like a smile, you have to do the expression afterwards. Then I'll do a G-pose. I'll do a ready check in a moment. No! Let me just pause this real quick while I fix this. Maybe this. I had to figure out getting everyone just right one at a time. We're so many. So awesome. But there's not that much there. Nice. I think that works pretty well. I think this is very nice. Can I get some lighting here? What lighting do we have to work with? There's a lot of people, so I don't normally work with lighting for this many people, so I'm not actually sure what is too much. Like this looks a little weird. Maybe if we make it white light? Welcome to Kai takes a good picture, the stream. At least he tries to take a good picture. How does that look? Feel like we need at least some light from below, so that we don't have like a gigantic shadow on all of our chins.
see. I think this angle could work. I want to make sure everyone can be on the picture. I also need to be far enough away that I have a little bit in the height to give from if it turns out that it would be a widescreen picture. I think this could work. I'll just zoom in a bit precisely here, just in case we could do with a closer one. Excellent. I think that was a good picture. Yeah. By the way, if there's anything you would like to talk about before we finish the stream, I think this is a pretty good time to do that, because I don't feel like we have time to do any roulettes. And that means the only thing that I'm missing is taking a picture for tomorrow's schedule, which I can do later. Thank you for taking the picture with me. And thank you for doing the raid with me. Like, we did the whole, like, some of you were there from start to finish. Party on the waking sands. And all the sprouts walking by are like, what is happening up there? They're multiplying. They're coming more and more wings as we go. But yeah, so unless something incredibly surprising happens, next week we'll be doing the Warring Triad, which we're going to be doing in mostly the same way. The difference is that, well, the Warring Triad is 3 trial encounters, and then there might be some small encounters in between, like solo duties, I believe. So it might mean we'll finish sooner. I can't remember how much story there is in those. But that will be next week's target. And speaking of next week, next week's videos, it's going to be, one of the videos is actually going to be about 10 quests. Well, not exactly quests, but 10 things that may be quests in Final Fantasy XIV that are very smart to get done if you haven't. Very good for a new sprout. Maybe if you've made an alt and you're like, why can't I do this thing? Oh, it's because I didn't do the quest which is found right here. And the other video that is coming next week is actually about boss mechanics. So some boss mechanics and how to deal with them. Some very common ones. So again, there might be a mechanic where you're like, this comes up so often, but I'm not actually sure what it's supposed to mean. So I hope you will find those helpful, or entertaining at the very least. Yeah. And then there's one significant thing also, is that tomorrow, around 19 GMT plus 2, so like 2 hours after where we normally start streams, I will be interviewed by a fellow Final Fantasy XIV content creator. What was their name? Alpaca Lips on Twitch and TikTok, I believe. I'll make sure to give the information so you can find it if you want to see it.
when it's a little closer tomorrow. And naturally, if you want to hang out during that stream, we will be in Lim Salomensa somewhere live, so you can come and party on the stream if you want to do that. But it will not be... I don't think it'll be streamed on my channel. I'm pretty sure it's going to be on Alpacalypse channel. Well, their Twitch channel. Unfortunately, given that we're used to streaming on YouTube, right? But yeah, if you think that would be interesting, then that is happening tomorrow. Aside from that, there's of course going to be more solo challenge stream next week, and there's going to be a dailies stream of some sort. Potentially we continue the chaos from this week. And then there's the Warring Triad. So there's a bunch of stuff to look forward to. I hope. So if there's nothing you would like to ask or talk about before we end, then I'll have to figure out something to talk about for around 10 minutes. I think it's very interesting with the Alexander story, because based on what it looked like to me is that that when they actually summoned Alexander in that retroll 3 years ago, they obviously didn't summon Alexander. He just happened to like turn back time to be there in the moment when they were summoning it. I don't know why that was necessary, but I suppose it was because they needed Mide to and Diane to specifically need to be together in this way, for I suppose to satisfy that Horn's wish in reverse. But that leaves the question: who summoned Alexander? Because if they didn't do it, and I'm pretty sure the Illuminati didn't do it, then who did it? Oh, it was Sib, of course. Now we've cracked the case. It was Sib. Bird up! Dun dun dun. Do I even have a bird? I do have a bird up, but I think that bird up is already there. I have another bird up. I have this bird up. It's the one without the RGB mods. I have the boring one without the RGB modifiers. But I think that's very interesting. I also thought it was a little peculiar that they offered you the opportunity to know exactly what it was that they were that they were feeling when the time was stopped for them. But it's a good story. I think the Alexander story is really cool. And just as a little random, I guess, fun fact, I'm not sure if I can't remember if it's actually addressed, but if you've ever heard about a long fall or the twinning, you know, the meme dance song, and the dungeon it comes from, which is the twinning, the final boss in that dungeon looks very much like a copy of Alexander in a different color scheme. I don't remember if they actually address that fact. I don't remember. But I feel like it's mildly relevant to the Alexander raid. But that is, of course, an optional dungeon in Shadowbringers. So there's an extremely high chance that even if you've completed Endwalker, you never did the twinning. You have no reason to. See, the thing is, for me, I ran the twinning a lot. Because when I reached max level in Shadowbringers was when the twinning was part of the, you know, the daily roulette that we do. You know what I mean? Like, that was the best roulette. That was Armor Rod, the twinning, and Academia and Ida was the options. So I have done all three quite a lot. Nowadays, it's a miracle if you get Academia and Ida, which I got once recently, or if you get the twinning, which I don't remember when I got the twinning last. But the meme dance, I believe those meme videos date back to at least somewhere around when you actually did it as your daily roulette, right? Like, you landed there and it was common that that would happen. But yeah, there's no reason to unlock it nowadays. ESR says it's relevant to both Omega and Alexander. Yeah, that could be. I suppose so. That would make sense. Armor Rod the Burn and Gimlet Dark are really good. Very nice, both visually in the each their own way and the music. It is addressed. Also, it's a reference because the boss is called the Tycoon, and in Final Fantasy V, Alexander is the king of Tycoon, and is surnamed Tycoon. Well, there you go. It is addressed. Well, maybe I should make sure we do the twinning one day on Smol Kai. One day we'll, when we've done the raids and the trials and all that, we'll have a let's unlock random optional dungeons stream. Just run around and unlock dungeons, like the twinning. But who knows when that'll be? There's a few weeks until we have a new major patch, and that'll mean a new episode of actually Rewind Replay main quest. Yeah, I think if we're going here next time, it would make sense to teleport to Uldar. Because we're going to an inn. Because Smol Kai is of course not sleeping out in the middle of nowhere. So we get the picture for tomorrow, for the schedule that I'm putting out tomorrow, and then we'll be closing off the stream pretty much. There's a toy chest. Tomorrow! She looks a little evil there. Let's try a different one. They call it Clippy. Evil Kai be like, I hate pink. No. She would just be like, now you have to love pink too. It's not really working for me, this. I think that works better. I think it's also been a while since we used welcome. There we are. Right, so if you did enjoy hanging out with the people in the stream, then remember that there is a community Discord server which you can join, where there is a weekly schedule you can find, which I'm going to be posting tomorrow, and that gives you a very easy way of keeping track of what's happening on the channel. There's also an announcement room where you can see whenever I post a new video, whenever I plan a new stream. It's usually there first. And you can even get a role to get tagged when that happens, so it gets you get like a notification, which is optional, naturally, but it might be the most consistent way to know when there's actually something happening, assuming that you check Discord. There's also all these wonderful people that you can hang out with in the chat. And with that said, if you did enjoy the stream, it would help me very much if you left a like on the stream itself in the YouTube stuff. I'm pretty sure it's down here, like around there somewhere. Maybe it's like closer to here. I'm not. I actually can't. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not actually sure whether it's down there or right below me. But yeah, it helps me a lot because it tells YouTube that, oh, this is a good stream. People should actually watch this. And that helps me. Now, with that said, thank you all so much for watching, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. With that said, all we have left is to put Smol Caetsu to bed for another week. So good night. Good night. She's been through a lot. She's been traveling 3 years into the past and back again. Good night.